Hello, hello, and welcome back to Toonkind at D&D. I am your DM for this session, Spectral Haunts. I am struggling with my words right now. I will be your DM for this session. It is part 5 of the Druids Rebirth. Do not look at how long it's been. I don't know what you're talking about. Would my lovely players like to give a little refresher introduction from top to bottom?
Hello, it's me, Avi. I'm sure you can tell by the voice I'm using. I am playing Marian Mancuccio, the plumber extraordinaire. And I have a cat in my lap. She won't stop bothering me.
Oh, love that.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, I'm Candle, and today I'm going to be playing Dr. Crystal Everlight, who is currently bald.
You cut out for me, so it just said I is currently bald.
No.
Bald. I'm so glad I'm not recording because that.
Bald.
Just
in case it was forgotten.
Mm-hmm. Hi, I'm Fletch or Fletcher, whichever you prefer, and I am going to be playing not Camille, but I'm going to be continuing to be playing Poe, who, as a refresher, is just another version of Arsene.
Named George.
He has so many identities. It's fine. In his defense, he knew Camille would not be allowed on this trip or do half the things that he's doing right now. But this is also kind of coming to bite him back in the ass because I look at Crystal and I look away.
Yeah.
Get figured out, bitch.
Yeah, she's putting things together, and I reverse my statement of her, I think she's put more together considering what's happened between last game and this game.
Yeah, because this would be happening post-Overplot finale now.
Yep.
So she would have a few questions.
It was nice knowing you, Arsene.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Marzi, and I'll be playing Leonardo Layton, everyone's favorite normal boy, who definitely, at this point, definitely doesn't still have his magical anger issues.
For sure.
It's fine. He can't be angry right now, because Arsene took it all.
Yeah.
Arsene is a little bit pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit.
Also, technically, Quinn isn't Leo's, so
yeah.
As much as they are friends,
it's fine.
It's fine.
Well, I guess we shall then return to the fun, the joy, the lighthearted adventures. You all have been allowed to explore the camp as you wish. I will drop a very rough image that I had help getting screenshotted. That is kind of what the place looks like. So you get an idea of how big, how small it is.
Eats this.
That's a big
That's
one.
cool.
It is a big one.
Damn, no wonder you had to turn people into random animals to stay hidden. This is a big one.
Yeah. Yeah. You have the clearing is mostly empty. It's not shown on the map there, but there is like little logs and small mounds, and most of the people are hanging out towards the middle area. Mostly just hanging around. Some of them are starting to prep some long dinner tables, which aren't in the map, but they'll be in the middle. They're being like put out in the middle. And everyone seems to be very happy. They all do seem to be giving you a nice little area of space.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're free to explore.
All right. Yeah.
I gotta be real. Given how last session ended, someone probably needs to pull Crystal out of her spellbook.
Hang on, I think Marion is like trying to get the boys out of the where they were, and then he sees Crystal, and he just goes, he kind of clears his throat, and he goes, Dr. Everlight?
You wanna roll me something for that?
Shall I roll?
I don't know, persuasion or a performance maybe. Want to see if she hears you.
Which one's better for you?
kinda
Neither!
I kind of want him to suck shit at it just so Leo can be like, oh, that's normal.
Guess,
Mm-hmm.
guess what his dump stat is.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's a flat 10.
I don't think that's gonna cut it.
Yeah, don't think so.
Yeah, Marion kind of like pauses for a moment, and I think he's just gonna casually just take her by. She's got both hands on the book, right?
Yeah, probably. Like, she's got it in one hand and she's like flicking through with the other kind of thing.
Yeah, I think she's gonna take her by one of her elbows and just kind of gently lead her.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
Tunes.
Leo sees this and is like, oh yeah, that's normal. Hang on, I got you. And like the menace he is,
Oh boy.
Leo is a professional little brother.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
So what he does is he squares himself away behind Crystal, slowly reaches for the hat,
Oh my
You
gosh.
monster.
slowly starts to try to slip that off her head.
Okay. I probably need to roll a perception. And I'm gonna roll at a disadvantage because I did say she was deep in her book.
Mm-hmm.
Starting off strong, that was a 3 first.
Oh my god.
That's really fucking funny.
Them
Wow.
some important
A
pages
4.
there.
Okay. Yeah, so
If this doesn't work, he's literally just gonna stop trying to pull it off of her head and just shove it down over her eyes.
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
that's a 9. I'm sorry, Leo.
Yeah,
You're gonna have
he
to shove
probably has it like slipped off a little bit, checks her reaction, sees that she has not noticed anything, and is like, oh damn, she's real deep, hang on. And then reaches forward with his whole hand to shove it lower on her head.
Yeah, that'll get it. Just
Do that to her?
what?
I said, damn, you do that to her?
Absolutely. This is Leo.
Marion's
Yes.
just like, yes, sibling behavior.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a. I think there's just a glare as she pushes the hat back up and like looks at Leo as just. You could have tried another way to get my attention.
Marion kinda did, Dr. Everlight.
You are no longer standing where you once were.
Just the blink in the. Yeah, her face is definitely not going red. It's just. I'm sorry, Marion. Was there something you needed?
Well, we were going to look around and try to talk to the people here.
Right. No, that's a good idea. She's gonna put her spellbook away.
Leo blinking oh so innocently at her.
you think that there's a spell you have that might help?
Spell that I have? No. I'm just looking at what potential options might be possible. There are things that exist, but I do not have access to them.
And Marianne nods and he says, I'm sure we'll come up with something.
Yeah. The problem is that she didn't do it via a spell. She did it by poisoning people, which means that we probably need to get our hands on it to figure out how to undo it.
I mean, yeah. The other thing is that, like, this is, like, partially her attention was taken by trying to fulfill their end of the deal, and part of it for, like, trying to do something for Quinn. She does have remove curse, but that's not a great thing to try in the middle of this forest, given everything they know about it.
Yeah, and it's not a curse, it's a poison.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately our son's kind of entering hyperfocus again because, like, there is no guarantee that anything they find will be suitable, and he doesn't trust her to not go back on her word. So now he's focusing entirely on how to undo this.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to, like, make an insight on him, you probably can. He's just a little bit. He's inky.
Sure, I'll give it a try.
You know what? Sure.
Oh, why is your wisdom low? Oh, it's because I went into other stats, of course.
Nope.
Oh, okay, we're off to a great start, everybody.
Fucking Lamau.
Lamau.
Well,
He's just doing a thing. Perhaps it's about, yeah, Leo is the only one who gets this.
Leo knows him, brubber.
Yeah, as I said before, he really, really does not like the terms put forth by Marion's promise. So he's now determined that this is the solution that they have to go for, because so far she has shown absolutely zero willingness to change, or perhaps cognition that she's done something incredibly wrong and hurtful to people. So he doesn't trust her to fulfill her end of the bargain. He's a little gay.
Just a little.
this is very funny for me because he's over here having the worst time of his life. Chris was over here thinking as much as possible. Leo's trying to keep his brother together. Marion's trying to keep the whole group together. And I'm sitting here trying my best not to sing Hot to Go and get us copyright struck.
You're
The energy-
embodying Quinn with the no thoughts head empty.
Really?
Yeah, you'll.
You know, I'm just getting in character, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. So I handle that to Leo.
Yeah. Leo is gonna leave Crystal alone now and sidle up to him, brother. And just very quietly, hey, I know this is fucked up. And I know that Quinn is what you're most worried about. But we at least gotta try.
Thing is, even if we go through with it, I don't think that's going. She is the kind of person who accepts no answer but her own. So, even if we do hand her a solution all nicely packed up with a bow, he there's no guarantee she's actually going to go through with it. So, since we've agreed to clear out afterwards, we have to do what we can to help everyone now.
I guess, yeah. I wish we had gotten some time to word out that promise.
Yeah, that's why it's good to not make them, but it's too late now. Right, so I guess we can also try and see if bringing everyone to our side could work, but if they're complacent in this, then I'm not sure how useful that's going to be.
Well, we can try it at least. And if it doesn't look like it's going our way, we can look into how to get Quinn back.
And everyone else.
And everyone else.
What also concerns me is he sort of squints and looks over at the nearest polymorphed victim.
It is a grizzly bear.
And what also concerns me is the fact that she's been using transmutation magic like it's going out of style in the middle of the woods in Forsanaa. You'd think that wild magic would have, not let them. It's not natural what's going on.
You'd think someone who is so entwined with druids would know that.
But there is something that is not right here. I mean, you saw Quinn earlier. He was a normal dire wolf. That shouldn't be possible if he was polymorphed out here. Also, by the way, I think the longer this goes on, the more obvious it can be. So if Crystal and Marion want to roll perception.
It's the twins whispering at each other.
You know what? Thank you for the in.
Yeah, hang on. Oh, finally, a good roll.
Hey!
Yeah, I feel like they're obvious enough that you can probably listen in. It's just yeah. Marion, you probably overhear the entire thing. Crystal, I think you likely come in around probably around the conversation about how what's going on here is unnatural.
Yeah.
So either that or a little bit beforehand, but my brain is blanking out in the middle right now.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Really
I
feeling
think
that Arsene.
I think she's you know when you've been pulled from a thought and you can't you have to manually stop that train of thought. That's what she's had to do, which is why it took her so long.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think Marion, he doesn't want to startle them too badly by just jumping into the conversation. He is going to clear his throat.
Yeah. Is Crystal gonna do anything when she overhears as well, or?
Yeah, I'm not really getting handed anything, so I think just if Marion clears her throat, kind of just making it more visibly obvious that she's listening in as well.
Yeah. Arson kind of just looks up at the rest of the party and is just sorry.
It's alright. It is a very stressful situation, which I hope you can forgive me for jumping straight into the promise at the moment.
Well, I can't and don't think I can fault you entirely for making it, but it would have been nice if the wording was a bit better.
And Marion nods. And he's like, you're right. Unfortunately, she did mention something about not being mortal, or at least not completely, and
Don't remind me about that. Anyone who feels the need to clarify mortals is normally not a person you can easily reason with.
Marion nods, which is why I wasn't entirely sure how to word it in the moment. Maybe if I had a little more time. Well, let's not get hung up on that. And he's going to take a deep breath, and he says, but we should be able to, sorry, let me rephrase that. Let me figure out what he's trying to say.
Fair. Take your time.
Mm-hmm.
Not Crystal just handing me. Sorry, well, I thought while Alvi was trying to figure out words, Crystal just handing me wording promises takes a bit of time and skill. I'm like, yeah, no, it makes sense for the stance for you to have. Given she literally has to think about that when she makes any sort of promise.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that just the way when you're Fae?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Marion takes a deep breath and he goes, but we do have a bit of work to do, and I do think it would be worth at least trying to, I suppose, to endear us to the other people here in order to see if we can get their support and see if that might sway, God, what's her name?
Sylvie.
Sylvie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Regardless of what we need to do, talking to them is the best way. Especially if we can see if there's anyone we can sway to our side of things.
Marion nods.
You just can't count on it. After all, they've been living with this for who knows how long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It would be good to get a bit of a sentiment for how the wider community thinks and a little bit more nuance on the situation, potentially.
Yeah. All right. Where should we start? I look over at our DM. This is me not so subtly poking you.
Listen, I am here to provide guidance if needed. I am a DM who likes to sit back, listen to copyright songs replay on my little ADHD brain, and watch the chaos. But in all seriousness, the main groups that you're seeing is most of the animals have finished eating at this point and have kind of scattered pretty evenly amongst the group. A lot of the kids are hanging out together with a few of the animals with them. About a third of the adults are still busy finishing up prepping for dinner, while the other 2/3 are either working on like some little crafts, kind of talking and hanging out, or they're kind of like gathered in small groups, very nervously looking over at you guys.
Mm-hmm. We should also probably... I don't want to be watched.
You want a hut?
We should just go talk to people first. I think us standing around whispering at each other is probably the most suspicious thing we could be doing right now.
Oh shit, you right.
So, should we split up to try and cover more ground before dinner, or should we all just go as a group? At the very least, I do think that we should. At the very least, I do think that we should stay in groups of at least 2.
Definitely. If we all go as one group, it'll probably feel like we're kind of ganging up on them, but definitely not singles. That's
Mhm. And since Leo and I are force and non-natives, it would be for the best if it was one of us with one of you.
Marion nods and he kind of glances to Crystal to see if she has any preference.
Yeah, Crystal doesn't have a preference on who to go with, but her thoughts are sort of like looking between the different groups and like basically the 2 inns that she sees as potentially one of the best ways to get in, like get more information, is maybe someone going to the group of kids, particularly if Quinn is with them. And then maybe one group offering to help out with dinner prep and getting into conversation that way.
I will say, I think our son's probably going to be with the child group because, considering he spends most of his time as a child.
Mary might be down to go to the dinner prep then, because he cooks.
hell yeah.
All right, then I guess in that case, would be Crystal and Poe to go to the kids, and Leo and Marion to go to the prep.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
Poe with the person who is currently very suspicious of him, but he has no idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rip.
All right. So,
which group would like to be going first?
Do we want
we
to
could probably roll.
Oh,
you same idea.
Same idea.
Yeah, we could probably roll the D2 with one being the dinner prep group and the other being the child group.
Okay, so
dinner group first. All
right.
right. So that is Leo and Marion, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Making sure I'm following.
Yeah.
All right, Leo and Marion, you walk over to where you see most of them getting their stuff for the tables, and a couple of druids look up at you. This one druid, who is a dwarf with like a very large beard that's been heavily braided with flowers, and like a little tiny flower sitting perfectly on like a piece of hair that's tied up in like the tiniest ponytail, kind of looks over at you and tilts his head. May we help you?
Well, actually, I was wondering. Well, we were wondering if it was all right if we helped you.
You're the ones that Sylvie let in, correct?
Yeah.
And he kind of glances you over before giving us a big smile. Well, then come on in. All help is helpful. And he kind of waves you over. We've already done most of the cooking. However, we're currently trying to finish up with the sides and the garnishes. If you want, you can help see if any of the plants the kids brought in earlier are safe. And always know it makes their day whenever they see that some of their hard work got used for dinner.
Classic.
And he kind of nods over towards a table where a couple of bowls are sitting.
Okay,
And before he walked over to kind of guide you. So this right here, and he motions to the biggest bowl, which is like filled to the brim with leaves, twigs, a worm or two. You could tell kids gathered this. With all the affection in my heart.
I want you to know, you said worm, and Leo immediately handed me it, just like perking up, like, "Hey yo, little dude."
Leo voice a friend. Here's what all of the kids brought in, and these two, and he motions to two other bowls, are both the food that is edible and the food that's okay for decorations. And then anything else you can put in this basket here, and he motions towards a basket that's on the ground. We use that for the gardens.
Oh, it's a very sustainable system you have here.
We do our best. While the island is decent size, it's not the biggest, and we're constantly getting more people here, so we have to make sure we are keeping it prepared for the next group that comes in.
Understood.
Marion nods. And I think he's going to start, like, looking through what the kids brought.
You would like to make a survival check for me?
I would love to. But oh, wow, you have proficiency in this?
Did you give him the folk hero background? Because I think that might be
Yeah,
why.
that's where it is. Okay.
Mhm.
He got an nat 20 on Oh, I know why. He's an adventurer, of course he would.
Mhm.
Good on him.
If you want to roll Leo, you can.
I mean,
It
if
could
he
be funny.
it could be funny. All right, was that a nature or survival?
Survival.
Survival.
Because it's trying to figure out what's going to kill you or not.
Boop, boop, ba-doop. He did real good. But also, he has handed me mostly picking out the worms.
That probably is why, though, you both work so well. Because, Leo, you're so focused on getting all the worms and little bugs and little guys out that it allows Marion more time to actually look at the different leaves and plants that have been gathered.
Mm.
And Marion, you are a fucking expert at this.
Mm-hmm.
You have foraged before. You know what you can and can't eat. You know what you should and shouldn't eat.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, there's some things where you can eat it, but it's not necessarily the tastiest. Those are probably things that are meant to be more decorations and garnish there, that in case somebody grabs it on accidentally, they won't die.
Mm-hmm.
But the food's not really dependent upon it, while the others are very delicious and can be sprinkled on top of the food, put there for sides. And you also could tell whenever you get a very deadly berry or leaf in there.
Yeah.
Because there are a few.
Marion's used to foraging mushrooms. Some of them are poisonous.
Hell yeah.
There are mushrooms in there.
He's in his element.
I love him.
You find one little mushroom with a little stick through it. It has a little note tied to it that says, "Please pick me."
Oh, is that from a kid?
Yeah. It's got like the scratchiest, like hardest to read handwriting.
Marion kind of smiles and like shows it to Leo.
Leo, his hands full of worms, is like, "Hey yo, is that one? Can we eat it? Is that one good?"
It is edible.
And Marion nods.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Leo, in exchange for this, holds out his hands full of worms.
Oh my gosh.
Check out the haul.
I love that Leo loves worms but hates slimy
Slime.
textures.
I was thinking the same thing.
I was also thinking that. It's like, where the fuck did this come from? You hate, like, gooey things.
It's different.
Our son would bring worms to Leo's room.
This is the only desensitizing Leo has to slimy, gooey things. It's worms because of Arsene when they were kids.
The worms are very happy in your hands. They are wiggling.
Oh, God damn it, I'm just imagining Tiny Arsene going into Leo's hospital room and being like, yo, check this out, reaching into his pocket, pulling out a handful of worms.
I brought nature to you.
You can't go out into nature, I'll bring it to you.
Dirt and worms.
About them worms.
Them worms.
Baby,
Have-
hang on, baby Arsene shows Leo a handful of like dirt and worms. Leo's just like, a worm?
Oh, worm!
Have you guys seen how big earthworms can get?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen huge ones. They're actually kind of disturbing in like a very affectionate way.
Hmm.
There is at
Yeah.
least one huge earthworm in there.
Leo picks that one up specifically and it just pogs.
That is a big, chunky, long boy, as the gallery put.
Leo is probably so endearing to all of the druids working on dinner. This kid's so excited about worms.
He is. He gets a couple of pats on the back.
You can tell this boy
I-
has max charisma.
I'm honestly glad that Crystal's not with this group because the likelihood of Leo shoving a worm in her face would have been too high.
It wouldn't even be him trying to mess with her, too. It would be him being so excited about the worms.
God, they're good for like environmental reasons too. Like they're
Yeah.
so like
Yeah.
God, I wish Leo had the ability to be one of those kids who made potions in the backyard. Unfortunately, he was too sick.
Yeah, he's able to live up to it now.
he's living that fantasy right now.
And he's getting congratulated for it. A lot of people are giving him smiles and comedy on it.
He holds up a real big worm in both hands and he gets like 3 different people giving a thumbs up.
Marion included. Oh God. But
I just... Because this is literally just what I would do. I think I've told this story, but one of my
Valid.
elementary schools had a school garden that had a wheelbarrow full of worms, and whenever my class was able to go out there, I would bury both of my hands into all of the worms.
They actually do have something similar to that. That's a compost bin, and a lot of places that do recycling do that because what a lot of people don't realize is if you want to actually take like old fruits and vegetables and use them for gardening, you actually do need worms. Because if they naturally rot, it actually isn't good for the plants. They have to be ate by the worms and digested.
yeah.
That's partially why they encourage the kids here in this little place to get worms.
Worms and bugs.
Bro, Leo's having the time of his fucking life. I know, he knows that there are stakes at hand, but also
The
worms.
worms! The worms, Marion! The worms! Look at them!
Tomorrow, time for the series again. Now, time for worms.
Hell yeah.
It is now time for worm.
Is the dwarf still around?
Yes, he is he seems to be like one of the heads of this little group. He is currently helping one of the what seems like a slightly younger druid, probably in their teens, try and figure out how to cook some meat with a little flame they created. Kind of walking them through each of the steps and how to rotate it.
Alright. I think once there's like a in the middle of all the work they're doing, excuse me. In the middle of all the work they're doing, once there's like an opening, Marion's gonna be like, God, Marion's gonna be like, do you like it here?
Oh, yes. Probably one of the best places in this country for us.
Oh, have you moved around a lot?
Yeah. Pretty hard to stay in one place when you're like this. Only so long before people start to get a little upset normally.
Marion nods. I'm trying to figure out how he phrases it. Here he goes. I've only been in the country for a short while. I've only just recently heard about the
No worries. These things are not the most common, depending on where you go. I know outside of Fort Sinan, this isn't really as big of a problem. Yes, I've heard that. I have some cousins over in Faruma who've told me about it, trying to convince me to move over there.
Have you thought about it?
Once or twice, but this place is my home. I've lived here a long, long time, and my ancestors lived here, and it feels a little wrong to just leave just because one bully decides that it's up to him who can stay and go.
Marion kind of nods, but he's like frowning at the idea because hang on, I need to sort through what these thoughts are being. Hang on, give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey, that's an interesting idea. We'll figure out if he can bring it up to the others later. He goes, well, I can understand being attached to the place you've lived for all of your life.
Yeah. Hard to let go.
Out of character, Marion handed me, well, if it's just Noriaki, he is just one man. We can try to convince Sylvie to let the people go as leverage to get Noriaki to back the fuck off.
That
Yeah.
would not work.
It would not.
Yeah.
Noriaki's the current, like, large voice, but he is not the only person.
Yeah.
Noriaki just decided to bump it up from, like, 5 to a solid 10. If I'm remembering correctly. Right, Fletch and Marzi?
It's a case of there is prejudice against druids.
Like, I know there's some already.
Yeah, already, simply because of like how wild magic is in Force-Na. In that, like, the closest equivalent would be essentially our depictions of witches and the like in fairy tales. Essentially someone who gave themselves over to the wild to the point where they are no longer human. Which, is something, like, in the past it was definitely like a position which did command respect because people did still rely on druids for their ability, for their remedies and such, or if they needed help with something. But with the Magitech revolution, as it were, and with like monarchies and the like that value like absolute control and power, that perception changed from something which is scary yet commands respect to something that should be avoided and is not a path you want to go down. And with the Magitech Revolution specifically, it did actually make following, like becoming a druid in cities less of a danger in the sense of wild magic. But they are normally seen as like rebels and delinquents, so it's less. Before Noriaki, especially in the case of city druids, it was less you're dangerous and I have to put you down, and more like kids these days messing with druid magic.
Yeah. In rural areas, they are still definitely that like seen as dangerous. But
respected.
Yeah, in cities they are basically your typical grungy punk kid you find under a bridge smoking a cigarette and passing it around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like cities are kind of where a lot of the power in Forsenal is concentrated, as tends to be for pretty much any society. But especially in that most people who live in the city wouldn't really have much reason to go out into the country, so it became easier for them to depict druids as like something scary and wild and should be avoided, whereas rural communities who had a bit closer contact with druids were more like, yeah, they're scary and maybe sometimes they'll want your firstborn, but if you find a good one, you know, they're not going to ask for your firstborn.
I love that.
I imagine there is. I imagine there's also an element of the Magitech not really sleeping into or being as accessible in rural areas, so they have to rely on the druids more.
Yep, especially because Forsenal's medical system in cities is like very much mundane in the sense that it is not magical and a lot more equivalent to our understanding of medicine and such. Like magic is still an element because it's Magitech and not like actual industrial revolution, but in terms of medicine specifically, they do have a much deeper understanding than one might expect for a place outside of Vinequell.
Mm-hmm.
So in cities, it's really accessible to just go, no, I don't want to do magic. Just hit me up with the technology that we've developed. But in rural communities, you need a lot of infrastructure for those kinds of things to work to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of magic power and the like. So they do, in the end, still have to depend on druids, like you said. Listen, I could go on about Forsenal for a very, very long time. I swear.
This is why, instead of me trying to answer, I just gave you to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there is already, in summary, there's already negative views towards druids. Noriaki is just kind of the loud voice at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very much not just a Noriaki thing. Noriaki is kind of taking it to the next level with like trying to push them out of the country and such. But this sentiment, like even if you take care of him, he's going to have followers because he made it popular.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah.
Or I hate myself for saying this. I can't believe Noriaki made it trending.
Shut
God.
up. Never speak again.
All right.
Campaign over, everyone.
No, I'm joking.
I know. I was making a joke. I love you.
I love you too. Hang on, let me.
Yeah, in a way, Noriaki and Sylvie are very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm very normal about this mini campaign.
Yeah. I think the more like Marion dwells on these thoughts and the thoughts that and the thoughts that the dwarf was giving him, I think he's starting to realize that, like, oh yeah, no, these are just two opposite ends of the same spectrum. Finding a middle ground is going to be incredibly difficult. In fact, if this dwarf looks pretty old for a dwarf, right?
Yeah, he looks, to translate into human years, he is the equivalent of if a human was about 60 to 70 years in their lifetime, and then multiply that for dwarf
Yeah, he's
age.
at least a century, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So, like... See, the issue is that Marion can probably appeal to the older folks in the village, but, like, if they are already on Sylvie's side, and they are on this side of the spectrum, it is going to be very difficult to convince an old person who has lived in the same spot for years to move or to do something else.
Yep.
So he kind of... I think he's gonna glance in Leo's direction, like try to catch his eye and be like, do you think we should, like, keep pushing, or...
Leo does look at him and kind of hidden from, probably trying to hide from the other druids, just so Marion mostly sees, behind his handfuls of worms, he just kind of yikes faces.
Yeah.
Welcome to the campaign that Spec has 50 million thoughts about, and I've been sitting here with all of this knowledge in my head, and you understand while I die.
Mm-hmm.
Did we manage to kill Spec?
I was telling Spec about how dwarves age.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was in DMs going, fuck, how old?
Yeah, I think it's easiest to just say, hi, baby boy.
I'm not.
It's easiest to give a range of, like, between 170 to 250, I think, because dwarves usually live until, like, 350, it seems.
Yeah.
So
Wait, we'll go
he's,
better.
yeah, definitely over a century, possibly over 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was sitting here like, fuck, I hope this isn't more important.
Yeah. No. Dwarves live for, like, around 300, maybe 4 if they're, like, lucky and healthy enough. But, like,
You're good?
I'm just circling back to what I said earlier. It's going to be really difficult to convince an older person to do something new, especially especially if it's something they wouldn't like.
Like I said, I have every thought about this campaign. I'm so normal about it, and I am afflicting it upon all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, I guess if you can't convince them, maybe you could try for information, if Marion would try that.
Like, information on how they feel about the whole polymorph thing?
Well, that, and also, like, if there's possible solutions they're favorable to, or the like.
Mm-hmm.
Because...
Okay. What were you saying?
Mostly because, like,
Yep.
My thought escaped. Essentially, like, any information is probably good information in this situation.
Oh yeah. I think then as they're making conversation, Marion is kind of gonna set aside the idea of like trying to convince them to leave to trying to figure out what. Hang on, it might be better if I just say it in character. He just goes
Got it.
On the subject of moving around, what do you normally look for?
Normally try to avoid cities. While they're not necessarily hostile towards us, the infrastructure there is not always the most kind towards us.
Well, that I can understand.
We also try and make sure that if we are in the country, though, it's not a place that will depend upon our magic too much. Don't want wild magic spurts coming up. And we kind of just keep an eye on the people in general, see if they will be accepting of us or not. Those who have older fashioned beliefs, it's a 50-50 on if they'll like us or not. Some will be scared of us, but there is a chance that they'll just respect us. With the newer rural locations, it's a lot harder to tell. Depends on if the people there are coming with the idea of us as some sort of monstrous group of people who enjoy the wild magic, or simply people like them who just live a different life.
Marion nods. It is just Oh, hang on.
Okay.
I'm so normal about this game.
It's really good. It's fascinating, and I'm just like sitting here like, man, how do you solve something like this?
Right.
Yeah. Geopolitics, baby.
It's oh.
Sorry, I get very feral over this.
It's very difficult to like figure out, but it's fascinating to try and find something that they would be like that they would like. So just so I can like clarify what the answer was. It's basically looking for places that are secluded and that like the locals will be kind to them.
Yeah. They basically want a place that isn't too much into the city, just because the city tends to, while not necessarily hostile views, it's the infrastructure isn't really built for them. Like, but instead they kind of get the punk style, which is not the best because that can lead to problems in the long run. Kind of what's currently happening, at least in the one that Noriaki lives in. But they don't want a place that necessarily fears them or over-respects them, because often those two can end up leading towards each other, which does lead to problems. They kind of just want a place that they can just be. They're treated like as if they were any other.
Okay.
Class.
So these people just want to be treated as like people. They just kind of want to be left alone.
Yeah. I'm so normal about this, guys.
Yeah. Which, like, Marion kind of nods, and he's like, well, that's a reasonable thing to want. There's no, like, windows in we're in a building, right?
No, this is actually outside.
Okay, we're outside, so he kind of does look out at their surroundings and kind of, like, take in, like, the nature and everything. They are literally living off the land, huh?
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, do either of the twins have, like, a map of Forcenon on them?
I think Arsene would. There's probably a good chance Leo would too, but looks over at Marzi.
He probably does.
Hmm.
Though, I wonder. Our sense is probably more informative, because Leo, thrives on touristy bullshit.
Oh.
Yeah.
So while Arsene would have like an actual like political like map of Fort Sanaa, Leo's would still be somewhat detailed. It just is heavily marked by fun little spots to take people where this an actual fun trip.
Mm.
Yeah. Arsene's is probably because like he knows that there's people on the trip who are not from Forsanaa, so at the very least if there's questions that come up it would be easier to just pull out a map.
Mm.
Mm.
I wonder if Crystal would have a map actually.
I mean, she probably does.
Yeah.
But I
Like-
don't know how much information she has on it. Like, she probably has one that is from a history textbook. So
I love the different flavors of maps characters can have.
It's
Mhm.
the reason I'm asking is because Marion handed me a complicated idea with several layers.
Oh no.
Sometimes when you're an adventurer, you have to jump through hoops in order to find a solution that would normally be very simple, but he's going through the hoops anyway. The thought was, he's basically wondering if there is any space that is far enough away from like major civilization that these people can have enough room for their settlement and for them to grow reasonably without being spotted by the bad people, bad politics, and if it would be possible to somehow use, like, abjuration magic or something to keep that, like, hidden / hard to get to.
I've been looking into that. Looking into different options. One of them, I just want to mention, this was an option at one point, because when I was very early looking into it, which was just like a warding glyph with the teleportation spell on it that will teleport anyone who didn't meet the criteria out of the forest.
That's really fucking funny.
That'd be
Amazing.
really fucking funny, actually.
Be gone.
Be gone!
Thought.
It's possible you could have a warding glyph with dimension door or something on it, and would just.
I mean, I think that is, like, a good idea to at least have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing with Dimension Door is that it's only a few hundred feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are ones that are further, I think, but I'm not sure. I haven't looked into teleportation spells themselves. I know Dimension Door is a big distance considering the combat. It can be 400 feet.
Yeah.
Which for combat is a long way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
But the one I was actually mostly looking at was. Let me just find which one it was specific. Private Sanctum. You make an area within range magically secure. Area is a cube that can be as small as 5 feet to as large as 100 feet on each side. The spell lasts for the duration or until you use an action to dismiss it. When you cast the spell, you decide what sort of security the spell provides, choosing any or all of the following properties. Sound can't pass through the barrier at the edge of the warded area. The barrier of the warded area appears dark and foggy. preventing vision, including dark vision through it. Sensors created by divination spells can't appear inside the protected area or pass through the barrier at its perimeter. Creatures in the area can't be targeted by divination spells. Nothing can teleport into or out of the watered area, and planar travel is blocked within the watered area.
I think the only issue with that is that 100 feet is not very big at all.
100 feet in each direction, so it would be 200 feet squared. It's still small, but
And
Mhm.
every time you cast it at a higher level, you can increase the cube by 100 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Beloved
Yeah,
DM.
that-
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
what were you saying, Fletch?
Well, what were you gonna say?
I'm pulling from experiences from a completely different game. And I wanna ask what your opinion on it is, Spec. But I was in a game that was heavily centered on doing quote unquote big magic, like that's what it was called in the game. But it wasn't specifically, it wasn't a spell that was written in the books, like anywhere. It was essentially, they needed to do a ritual and they had like guidelines on how to do it, but the way they did it was like they put together different things and used magic from certain different spells in order to pull off a different effect.
I do feel like we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves,
Yeah.
though, by
Yeah,
a very long margin.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are more problems with this. Like it is a 24-hour duration. Like it's a wizard spell, or artificer, and to have it be permanent, you would need to cast it in the same spot every day for a year. So like actually making that feasible, but at least like looking at spells and stuff of this nature is at least a good starting jumping off point for this kind of idea.
Yeah, it's mostly just the fact that we're discussing this exclusively out of character instead of interacting with the world that has so carefully set up for us.
I'm so sorry, we keep slipping out of character.
Listen, you're good. I'm just sitting here. I am listening. You're gonna have to have this talk anyway. As long as we don't rehash it in character too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I won't lie, I don't want to listen to this.
Yeah, no,
that's just me ADHD.
That's fair.
Yeah, because like we're really getting that.
Yeah, like Marion's pinning the idea of doing something like that for now. I'm trying to see what else he can ask about. I hear you humming.
I'm trying not to.
That's you.
Gentle teasing. God, I'm trying to think.
I'm kind of curious about things that they might have tried before to protect the place.
Yeah.
Might also give us a better idea about why, like how they feel about the turning into animals.
Yeah, because there is a lot of questions still to ask. What about Leo? Would Leo ask anything?
I don't know. I think you would have been good being able to give bless you.
Bless
Jesus.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Baby sneeze sounding at.
Wait, live.
I completely lost my train of thought.
No!
Sorry.
It's alright, I can have
Leo wanting to ask any questions, and you said something about him being good to, and then you cut off.
He was good to basically somewhat distract other people and let Marion have that opening to chat with this guy.
Fair.
See, the issue is that Marion's charisma is so bad.
Let's see if I could. I don't.
If you need to think on it more, I can have him ask another question.
I think so.
Okay. And I think Marion's just gonna ask him. And what about protecting the place? It must be pretty difficult. Have you tried many things?
Oh, I myself haven't tried much. Sylvie takes care of most of the magic spells.
She seems to be quite well. How do I put this? I was under the impression that using a magic in the country like this would be a bit difficult to rely on. She seems
You are
very,
correct. You're correct.
But she is... Oh. I keep cutting you off, I'm sorry.
You're all good. I keep cutting you off.
Discord latency, TM.
It really is
Ordeal.
Discord. You go.
He goes, she seems very adept at it regardless.
True. That's mostly why she's the one who does all the spells. We don't know why it doesn't seem to be reacting the same for her. Perhaps it does and we just don't see the after effects. But, well, we're at the point where you can't really complain. But a bit of protection we can get is protection, no matter who it comes from.
See, I'm wondering if it's because she's not entirely mortal.
Does he say that in character or out of character?
Out of character. Yeah, I'm not doing
Okay.
I'm not doing the voice for Marianne for that.
I'm like, I didn't think you were, but I needed to make sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Marianne's making a note that they might have to ask Sylvie some questions about that, because holy shit. And, Marianne asks, has she always used the same tactics or the same spell? It might be just that she has had a lot of practice.
Perhaps. We don't know too much about her before she came upon our little group here. Or, well, supposedly. I'm one of the older members, and she was here before me, but I heard from some of the elders before they passed that she kind of joined like the rest of us and was already pretty used to the magic here.
That must make a pretty he does I don't know how to say this in a way that sounds rude. Like the issue is that if he's an older dwarf and she's been around since before him.
Okay, before he came to this place.
Before he came to this place. Okay, so he's okay, I misunderstood that.
Like, yeah, that's what I'm clarifying. That's the important clarification there. I think I mentioned it before. This place has only been around for like a year or two max.
Okay.
Like this little specific recluse.
Okay.
However, he did mention that he is old, but he also mentioned he used to travel a lot. He's just saying that he wasn't here when it was initially founded.
Oh, okay.
Those original, about a year and a half to 2 years ago.
Okay, that makes sense.
So you might be able to find out who was there for it being initially founded?
Yeah, I think that was my next question. It's like, Marian's just like, oh, so, who wouldn't know? Who would have been around then?
Not too many. Most of the people in the time have either gone of old age or left of their own. They were the already more powerful druids, so they had less of a need for this place.
How
believe
fucking
some-
toxic does a place has to be for people to leave within a year? Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not done with the sentence. There's a very important ending to this sentence.
Okay, keep going.
I'm
keep going.
sorry, just
Yes, boss.
the fact it's under a year and people either died or left is wild. Like, how many old people are there?
What's the turnover rate of this place?
I think most of them ended up going to try and make their own sanctuaries after they saw how well this one was working.
That's
There
a
you go.
terrifying prospect, actually. That's worse.
Now you can... That is worse.
Considering how this one's being run.
I can reassure you out of character about it.
Mhm.
Out of character, none of them.
Okay.
They all
Yeah,
ended
because
up-
you'd fuck someone up forever.
Yeah, no, out of character, these people did go out and try to do their own thing. And they went, nah, this is too much work, and just retired.
Lamau.
Not even the moral conundrum.
No, well, see, some of them did have a more... See the You're getting into lore you haven't gotten yet.
Yeah, sorry, we keep fucking jumping out of character. We need to stop doing this.
I'm just trying to
sorry.
reassure you and Marzi, Fletch, because I know this is your world. I do not have more of these little camps hidden around your place, if that's what you're worried about.
Okay.
I was giving that out of character lore so Marzi and Fletch would not think I've been secretly fucking up their country in the background.
Marian's just kind of like, inwardly, he's like, oh, there might be more places like this. Oh no.
Leo kind of slowly lowering the worms into a basket. So, those people who have split off, have you heard from them and how they're doing it all?
Not really. Don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but we haven't heard any news of their death, so we're taking that as a positive point.
The classic no news is good news, huh?
Exactly.
I was about to say that too.
Lamau.
But did he say it, who exactly would have been around?
He didn't say exactly who. He mentioned the people who went off were the older folks.
Mm-hmm.
Which in him calling them older says something too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Being a druid can do funky things to your age when you're high enough level.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's fine.
Exactly.
I try not to think about it.
Yeah, we try not to think about it.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't have to worry about it at least, so I choose not to.
Nothing like a fun, funky, fucked up lifespan.
Yeah.
Alright. But does he at least, like, say where he could, like, find some of the others?
If he asks, then yeah, he will. There's a couple of the older folk who didn't go off, either because they had family here or they couldn't stand the people who did go off.
Lamau.
You could find a couple of them over by the decorations. They tend to do that or help watch over the kids. Leave the cooking to us younger druids.
Sorry, I had a thought where it was like, you ever narrowly miss drama that you're not even part of?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, is it not realistic if there isn't some drama there?
Yeah.
I mean,
especially when your whole thing's founded on the ones who walked away from almost type shit.
Yeah.
it's very fascinating because it does say a lot about the state of the place if there was already tension and it's been less than a year.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But we're not the people who are able to talk to those folk. We're with the dinner group.
If you are done asking your dinner group questions, we can move over to the children and animals group.
Mm-hmm.
The camera slides over to, as we reverse time some,
Slide
to our...
Slide to the right.
To the right.
Take it back
Criss
now, y'all.
Okay, we slide over to Arson and Crystal, or Poe and Crystal, technically, where there is a large group of children kind of sitting with a variety of animals. You do see that Quinn is among them.
Among us.
And
Among us.
the children are currently braiding little flowers and making little headbands and collars out of the little flowers for the different animals as they like brush their fur.
Mm-hmm. I think before they get to the group proper, Poe does stop with Crystal and is just, I do have to ask, are you any good with children?
Sorry, I'm just trying to think of how to word this, because the answer is, surprisingly, yes.
Yeah,
So,
Poe just knows from his time as Camille, which is not indicative of how Crystal normally is.
And it's not like Camille is a normal child.
Yeah.
I think what she'll say is, it's been a little while, but I did, I have had experience with children. I did do a lot of raising of my younger sister, after all.
Oh. I see.
Unlock some lore again.
He's doing his best to not press X to doubt on Crystal's capability around children.
Hey, there is an 8-year gap between her and Cassie, and she was the one who raised her sister mostly.
God,
Yeah.
I fucking feel that.
Like, out of character. I know Crystal's good with kids. Surprise. But in character, Arsene only has his perspective as Camille to go off of, which is normally him doing something and Crystal going, you stop that.
Stop that, child.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he's doing his best to not press X to doubt.
Press X to that.
Yeah. But he's just, all right then, if you say so. He's gonna turn back.
I don't know if she wants to push anything on that because she's also like got her own suspicions.
Mhm. She could.
Crystal voice, yeah, you would know, huh?
Mhm.
I'm just like, how would she? I think maybe something like, you seem a little skeptical. Any particular reason?
Well, normally bookish types like you aren't exactly the best around kids. Let me roll.
That was shit. Okay. Oh my god.
No offense or anything.
Yeah, just just handing me, wow, stereotyping much?
No kidding.
Yeah, let me roll, I guess, deception.
Wow.
Oh my god, we
was,
might have something beatable.
Oh my god.
That was harsh.
I think it's because, like, halfway through he realized it's a little mean, so he sort of trails off a bit.
Oh my god.
So it,
You want to know what I rolled for insight?
yeah.
Please let it be higher.
Oh
Oh god, Crystal!
Yeah,
It's a nat 20.
yeah, he's saying that to kind of, you know, be a little jokingly flippant, like, press your buttons a little bit to, you know, get your mind on something else. The reason he cited is very much not the actual reason he has doubts.
Alright, I need...
He does kind
Yeah.
of seem... There does kind of seem to be a personal element to it.
I need to roll something to see if she's going to pursue this more on...
Come on, Crystal. Come on, Crystal.
Yeah, okay, she is. I think what she's going to say is,
Wow, that's stereotyping. I didn't take you for the sort.
Well, I am a journalist.
Yes, I believe you mentioned. How long have you been doing that?
Oh, you know.
Well, I'm mostly a freelancer, so I wrote my first article when I was 14, and it got published. Not in anything big, mind you, but still feel like that's around when I could properly call myself a journalist. Let me roll deception again.
I hope he keeps rolling shit.
Unfortunately, not shit this time.
Damn.
But considering that Crystal has, mostly because he did interweave a bit of truth in there, just swap journalist out for detective, because 14 was when he solved his first case by himself.
Now.
I have a response for this.
Yeah.
I do have a response for this, which is she can't tell if he's lying or not. She probably has a fairly good grasp of something's up there. But I think what she's going to say is,
Oh, really? That's fascinating. I know now is not the right time, but when this is all sorted, you should let me give me a heads up of where I can find that article. I do like to see well, the earlier stuff of people that I know.
I
wish I could give you a second inspiration point for that shit.
He rubs the back of his neck as his brows furrow a bit. Like, he is a little bit harder to read because he is still wearing his face mask and does have the eyes closed Toon look. But he rubs the back of his neck as he is just, well, it's kind of embarrassing. I mean, don't you want to see one of my current works?
I mean, I'm willing to see that too.
I mean, you don't really go around asking artists to see the very first thing they drew, right?
You'd be surprised.
Really? You're that kind of type?
You're welcome to roll an insight on her as well.
Alright. Actually, I think I have his deception modifier wrong. I could swap that with his insight. So make that a 14 and a 25 instead of a 15 and 26. That's my B.
Yeah, it doesn't make a big difference.
Yeah. Okay. It's not great, but
Oh yeah, that'll do. I did roll a deception for her, and her deception modifier isn't great, but it was I think it'll end up being a 19.
mm.
Yep, it's a 19, so you can tell. She's doing this on purpose.
You know.
He doesn't necessarily squint, but like he how like your cheek kind of raises your brows furrow when you do squint?
Yep.
Like he does make that motion as he's just, are you trying to tease me?
Well, teasing is not the word I would use, but get to know you a little better, I suppose, is the better term.
Well, I would be happy to do that sometime when we're not supposed to be questioning people.
Yes. I think this is a discussion that we should table for another time, but we will be talking more about this.
Yeah, you can hit me up on the way back.
There is a look that she is giving you at the end there of the yeah, I'm piecing things together.
I think it would be really funny if he had already turned around at that point. He doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Yeah, like he's so comfortable saying that because he knows that Poe is not going to exist after this trip, so he doesn't have any consequences. It's much more natural if he acts like he is going to be around after the trip.
Crystal knows where you live.
Well, this is rest in peace, Poe, I guess.
Yeah.
Crystal after this is gonna Crystal internally is just like, oh kiddo, you have a big storm coming.
Mhm.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, he's just gonna make. Yeah.
Because I will just say out of character, what she was doing there was she wanted to, because of the way that she works, and I'm sure Arsene understands this, is she has her suspicions. She is fishing for information to make sure that her suspicions are correct and not actually like before she confirms it,
Yeah. Meanwhile, our son is just doing his normal bullshit. Like, yeah, Poe's totally a real person. Unfortunately, he's not as good as this as he is with his normal Camille thing, because Poe was kind of slapped together.
Kind of lost a minute.
Yeah. Once he realized that there was no way Camille could get away with being on this trip, and our son's supposed to be dead. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, he's.
There's something so funny about Arsene and Leo, both like just when needing to make a very quick disguise persona, both went with journalist.
Yeah, both went with black-haired journalist, if I remember Adelaide's hair color correctly.
I think so.
It's hilarious.
They're twins, Your Honor.
They're twins.
But yeah, he's sauntering over to the children. No idea of the big storm coming.
It's alright. Priorities. Right now is not the time for it. She'll have time later. She knows where he lives.
Yeah. I think as they get close, Poe's probably going to like sort of notify the children of his approach, just, casually raising a hand, like, hey, mind if we join you guys?
Sure. A little centaur girl kind of gives a small wave as she sits braiding the hair of a boar tail.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ifsen's gonna go like, oh, thanks. And he's going to sort of plop down near them and probably somewhat close to Quinn.
Quinn
yeah.
is currently surrounded by a lot of children as he lays on his back and is very happily half awake, snoozing as they braid his fur.
Mm-hmm. So, what are you guys all up to?
We're getting the animals ready for the festival.
I think-
Festival?
Kendall, you're saying something?
I was just gonna say, I think it would be kind of funny because this also may be a little bit spiteful to Poe.
Yeah.
Is when Crystal sits down, she's gonna join the kids with braiding because she knows how.
Lamau.
The kids are very happy to see you join and hand you your own little basket of flowers.
Oh, that's cute.
Accuse me of not being good with kids, huh?
Yeah.
This has the same energy as I can be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really
fine.
does.
Arson's kind of got his own approach going on. He's also kind of figuring out how to interact with kids when he's not a kid, because normally he is.
Yeah.
But yeah, he'll kind of like tilt his head, like, oh, is it okay if I help? I'm
Sure. Here. And the girl reaches over with her little hands and grabs a little handful of flowers and carefully places it on the ground next to you.
You don't get a basket.
If you want, you can help me with this one.
Of
You
course.
gotta be a little gentle, though. He gets very nervous around strangers.
Yeah, you can't really blame him. Hopefully I won't be a stranger for long, though. Even
I mean, you're the one that that the wolf brought in, right?
yeah,
Mhm.
I'm actually a druid too, but I'm a bit new to it, so I was hoping to find someone who could show me the ropes.
Well, I'm new to it too. And she kind of gives a big smile. Uh, I can show you what little I know.
Oh, I would be brain. uh, that would be really great. Thanks.
Yeah. Let me grab a spell. I can do this and little she kind of reaches into the ground and scoops up a little dirt and out of it
Oh, what out of it?
a little flower.
Oh.
Cute.
Here,
Where's
you can
the-
use this one for your braiding.
Oh, thank you so much. That's so cool.
I know. I do much more than this. I was told that if you do big stuff, magic doesn't like you.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. That's sort of why I'm really glad to find a place with so many druids.
Yeah, this is the like biggest place I've been with them.
He nods. By the way, if Crystal wants to chime in at any time, she can.
Yeah, I think she's mostly just watching. Like, she does look a little bit tense with the magic, like, because she's not sure the level that could cause something to go wrong. So I think she was a little bit ready just in case something did, but, nothing did, so yeah. But now...
I am not unleashing wild magic on a poor child.
Yeah.
No,
That is the only
that's
reason
fair.
this child survives my wrath.
It's fine. It's like cantrip level stuff, so
It was
it's fine.
good crap.
Yeah, so it's fine.
Yeah.
It is at least useful to know, does that mean that cantrips don't trigger it, or is it just the kids?
Let me check my notes real quick. I can't remember. I wrote any use of magic, but I'm going to be nice and say cantrips won't fuck it up.
Yeah.
I
Fair
have a
enough.
little bit of kindness in my heart today, I think.
I will be holding you to this.
I know. This is all the kindness you're getting.
Put it in my pocket for potentially some soft. Yeah. Anyway, I think what Crystal is going to ask though is, have you been here long?
No. I've only been here for about a month.
Oh. Can I ask what brought you here?
My mom and dad brought me here.
You want to roll insight?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are you rolling this high? Do you want me to take a picture, Spec? I got another nat 20 on the insight.
I think Crystal deserves it.
I think I know why Crystal gets this.
If it's what I think it is, I think I know why too.
You both got stupidly high numbers. The girl looks really sad as she says that, and her hands shake a little as she focuses on the tail, and there's little tears in the corner of her eyes.
Oh. Is her parents still here, Spec? That's what I fucking thought you'd say, you bastard.
I told you get one act of kindness to spite you now. You bully me, I bully you.
Alright.
No, the only reason is because I know that backstory angst doesn't really trigger anybody to my knowledge. That's the only reason.
Yeah, backstory angst is fine.
And I know in D&D this is like half of the time a given.
Yeah.
Ain't that just the way?
Imagine coming across a child with both parents
God,
in a happy marriage.
For real though.
I think the thing that I'm getting handed is to cheer her up. Crystal wants to cast dancing lights.
You can do that.
I think what she might say is, would you like to see something neat?
Yeah. And she kind of looks up at that.
And, yeah, she's, I know it's not druid magic, but, it is a little something. And, yeah, she's just gonna cast dancing lights in there. It's a little bit cool because of the way that her magic works is the colors of the dancing lights do come from her, stained glass design to sort of lift up into the air.
Oh.
Oh.
Her eyes just kind of widen and like sparkle a bit. Wow. You weren't kidding. That isn't druid magic. I've never seen anyone here do that.
Yes, it's wizard magic, but I know there are other classes that can learn this.
Wizard, so you're one of those
Nerds.
people who studies books, right?
I do.
Yeah, she's a bit of a nerd. He kind of
Books
leans
are
over to
cool.
stage whisper.
Books are cool. And she kind of gives you like a whack with her tail.
Yeah. He laughs a bit as he accepts the attack. Just like,
Crystal, like, thank you. They are just yeah.
Way to get justification from a 10-year-old Crystal.
actually, if you like books, what have you read?
Mostly fairy tales.
Mm,
Sure.
I
Those were most of the
That's
It's-
just Quinn in the background. Somebody accidentally tugged one of his hairs.
Sometimes dogs do content gurs. My
Yeah.
parents' old dog did that.
He's just in the background vibing. One of the kids accidentally tugged a little hard, so he gave like a really small little grr that was mostly affectionate, just like don't tug so hard.
Mm-hmm.
Is he trying to eat the dancing lights?
No, he is behind. He is like half awake.
Mm-hmm.
Dude is in meat coma,
Fair.
living his best puppy life.
Yeah. Arsene handed me something which is probably going to be incredibly damning evidence to Crystal.
Yeah, you're gonna be a gay ass?
No, I bet he's gonna say something about mystery books.
Perhaps.
Lamau.
The topic of books came up, and he's just, have you ever read something not a fairy tale?
I read I used to read the little comics and papers.
Mm.
I could sometimes read the other articles, but mom and dad were really picky on what I read because mean people talked in them. And besides that, I really like reading those like books that talk about what's up there.
And she kind of points towards the sky.
Hello?
Wait, like death or like space?
Like,
I was thinking constellations.
I'm hoping space, considering Forrest believes in reincarnation.
You want to ask? Just because I think this is really funny that you think it might not be.
I mean, our
is
son's
space.
assumption would probably be space.
It is space. That was funny.
Mhm.
My god.
Yeah.
I've never claimed to be smart.
I love
Fair.
you so much.
Yeah, he's very cool. But I think I may not have a lot of time before we have to switch to break.
Do we want to take a break? Do you want to wrap up now and take a break, or do we want to just take a break now and we continue when we get back?
Maybe continue since we kind of
Yeah. You
haven't
have plenty
gotten
of time
much
to take a
info.
break. Yeah. We can take a 5 or 10. I'll let you guys choose.
However long it takes me to take this little man out.
5 minimum, and then when Fletch gets back,
Fair.
we can wrangle our brain cells because we all know once Fletch gets back, we're all not going to start right away.
Fair.
Yeah.
But yeah,
All right, everyone, go do your You go take care of the little man.
mhm.
Everyone, go do bio breaks. Get food if you need it. Get water. Get anything you might need. I know I'm going to go get some water.
Mhm. All right.
Take medicine if you need any.
I'll be back.
Playing
Sorry
like
for
that.
the boy.
Don't worry. I honestly was about to call a break because we're coming on the 2-hour mark.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
fair.
we've been
And
going
that-
for a little while.
And that
vibing.
tends to be my rule, is 2 hours max. Yeah, I'll be right back.
On one hand, I don't want to push my luck. On the other hand, I want to know if 10 minutes is enough time to make myself some shitty cheap mac and cheese.
Boiling water.
Fuck, you're right. What if I set it on the highest setting I can go?
That's not how that works.
It can be. The fuck?
Oh, goodness.
What?
You're taking years off. Nope, I'm gonna go do bio break. I'm gonna get water. Goodbye.
I'm gonna harness the power of the sun to make myself some fucking mac and cheese.
No.
Can you not put it in the microwave?
It's I bought myself like the actual box ones where you have to like boil them on the stove and then mix in the shit when
Okay.
Hi, kitty.
I did not think to buy myself the little microwavable cup ones.
Fair. Alright. Good luck.
I will get myself some bev though.
I guess I'm just here with the audience then. Hello, guys. I've had hedgehog stew stuck in my head for like the past 15 minutes. Please tell me that got on mic. Luna just meowed so loudly. No! But I do have an armful of cat. I wonder if I can get her purring on mic. Yeah? I don't know if you can hear that either. Yeah? Yeah, baby? Aww. Yeah, she's rubbing up against the mic.
I got one hand in my pocket, the other one is holding a cat boy.
I'm holding a cat.
You are. Don't ask me where that came from. I know it's a reference to something, but I cannot for the life of me remember where.
Oh, fair.
I know it's some YouTuber out there.
You know, fair. I, however, have this baby girl.
Kate.
She won't look at the camera.
No flash photography. Let me take a picture of my cats so they're both here sleeping.
Hi, baby. Oh, you're such a pretty kitty. Is that right, baby? Do you want to say hi to Marion? Well, it's Mario specifically, but...
Same difference.
I think she likes Mario.
Here are my two Kates. This is how they've been spending this time while we've been recording.
Oh. Yeah. It's Mr. Marion Matacuccio. As I hold him up to the...
Mario.
Yeah, I'm trying not to, like, have him look directly at the camera because his eyes are kind of, like, designed in a way where it kind of, like... When you turn him, it looks like he's looking at you.
Mmm.
See, Luna will just rub her face against anything I put in front of her. What about the rest of my dice? This mouse?
Needs to smell like her.
My little container of dumb things that my brother got me for crochet. My stylus.
Your glasses.
Hang on. No!
Damn.
Take a bit. She wants to go eat. But it is really funny that she'll just rub her face against anything I put in front of her. Man, we really do feel like an actual D&D party splitting up to get information.
We're doing so good, you guys.
We're winning at D&D. Do you want a cookie?
I would love a cookie.
It is white chocolate macadamia.
Hell yeah, the good shit.
Mm-hmm. Why are you looking at my cookie like you want it?
Give her cookie.
She already got treats today.
You're good.
I'm literally just trying to live, and Hedgehog Stew is still playing in my head. Oh, I saw Flush typing. icky. I'm thinking thoughts.
Oh
Hello.
shit.
What's some thoughts?
Sorry, I'm thinking about Marion and the boys, and the group.
Jillian?
I don't know. It's a very fascinating like party composition
It really is.
because like it's really interesting to me that they all have some form of experience with like plots and whatnot, but Marion is by definition an adventurer, and he's the only one in the party that is an adventurer.
Yeah.
Oh, Luna's back. Maybe I could keep doing that funny bit. Come here. Come here. Will you
I
let me
just
pick you
sit
up?
here with every thought in my head. I have so many, guys. I am cursed with so many thoughts constantly.
Damn, couldn't be me. I've never thought a thought in my life.
See, I don't normally, but whenever we get this little campaign, like every one of my brain cells decide to work together.
Oh, mood. Okay, Luna let me pick her up.
Just sitting here.
You have brain cells that work together. Me.
I'm also looking at the stat blocks and realizing if I keep the HP it is, there's a good chance you guys could still be a fight by the end of this session. Because I'm trying to balance how I need to do things.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not kidding when I said you are like at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm balancing in my head because there's a good chance you could just beat the shit out of this. Yeah, because I don't have your sheets anymore. Oh my gosh, it's a kippy.
Yeah. Oh, Speg, you know how I was telling you earlier that Luna will just rub her face against anything I put in front of her?
Mm-hmm. I want to see.
My glasses case.
Baby.
Hang on. Let me pick up another thing. No, don't move. It's okay. No, it's okay, baby.
Gotta make sure everything has her scent.
Oh, she just swatted this and then left.
She doesn't
She's like,
like
I see
ramen.
what you're doing.
She thinks it's a toy, that's why.
Avi, ramen or udon?
I mean, this looks like ramen. When I got it, the stand said it was ramen.
That's fair. But what do you prefer?
Ramen. There's a local ramen shop that is fucking amazing. Oh god, I'm blanking on what it's called. I'm never good with the. Oh, hi.
I return.
Ahoy,
Welcome back.
Sorry, let me turn off my camera.
You're all good. Ken. Still not back, I think.
Alright, that's good.
I was showing everybody that Luna will in fact just rub her face against anything I put in front of her.
Oh,
Baby.
Hello.
he's just a little baby. Oh, hi.
Hi, Kendall.
Just got back.
All right. Well, perfect timing. How's everyone feeling?
I think Luna just
I'm good.
farted.
Somehow.
Okay,
Amazing.
so Avi's time is ticking by the second. Got it. How's everyone's spoons doing?
I'm doing alright.
I'm done.
I think I'm doing alright. I think I can go another hour or so. I may have only had one meal today.
Okay, if you want to go make food, then go make.
Yeah.
That's why I was contemplating speed running that mac and cheese, but I didn't wanna risk this break being 20 minutes.
Okay, can you bring your headphones with you?
No, they're not Bluetooth.
Oh.
That's fine. I have a bag of chips.
Well, I want you to eat.
I'm eating chips.
That's not a meal, Marzi.
It's food.
Marzi.
I'm
Wait.
eating.
Well, I'm gonna check back in an hour, okay?
I'll probably be done with this bag of chips by then.
Okay, well, if you need to go make food and say it if you want to do it now, because it's focused on Candle and Fletch right now, this would be your opportune time.
Yeah, I can keep notes and like pass them over to you when you get back.
Mhm.
And we just won't switch back to you guys until you get back. Like, in all seriousness.
I feel
Yeah.
bad.
It's
not.
okay.
I'm offering it to you.
You need to eat.
I'm saying it now so that we don't have to pause the game for you, because I know that would make you feel bad. But if we continue, there's a chance we can get through almost all of the game tonight, if not all of it, because I do have an older stat block, which means easier to kill.
Okay, I'll go put my stove on high and speed boil some water.
There you
Yeah.
go.
I'm
okay?
sorry, Spec. I don't think we're finishing it tonight, but
I think we can get close enough to whatever boss fight. I don't know if we'll finish it.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's my thoughts.
Yeah, I don't know if you will, but I do have to make sure Marzi understands the power of my threat.
Yeah, because notes on the table. If Arsene doesn't get what he thinks is necessary, in terms of the finding a solution to the druids' problems, and also finding the poison that was used, Homeboy's gonna sneak out at night.
Yeah, that I actually have that planned for. Fun fact.
Okay. Okay, so you know him.
Yeah, no, I have an entire separate mechanic for at night.
Mhm.
I love you guys. The reason I said this game can either be 1 session or 3 sessions is because you're speed running the information gathering. However, I know you all.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's continue anyways. With these two talking to this little child.
All
And I'm
right.
gonna stop fidgeting with stuff.
I remember they were talking about books. So
Yes.
You're about to reveal your entire identity.
it's gonna be so obvious. But I must do what the character would do.
Yep.
He is kind of just. Oh, well, I happen to have a few books on me if you'd be interested.
Oh?
Yeah, they're
Really?
yeah, they're for big kids, but if you don't tell anyone, I'd be happy to lend you one.
What if I can't read them though, because the words are too big?
I mean, you seem like a pretty bright kid. You read about space.
Well, yeah, but Mom and Dad would help me with those books normally.
You have anyone here you can ask for help with reading?
I could probably ask Mama Bear.
Mama Bear?
Yeah, she's the lady who takes care of all of us whose parents aren't here.
Mm.
She's
Well,
really old, but really nice. Unless you're bad. Then you get stuck in the corner, and that's not nice.
hell, I hope that I'm not bad.
I mean, you said books aren't fun, so I think you're a bad kid.
I do think books are fun. And why else would I have books on me?
But you said they were for nerds, and that's mean.
I didn't
You're a
say
mean
books
kid.
are. I did not say books are for nerds. I just said that my friend is a little bit of a nerd. You know,
Well, that's
she could
mean.
actually help you with figuring out some of these words.
I
She's
could.
nice. If she was a kid, Mama Bear would like her.
Oh,
I could have.
Sorry, you're getting such a smug look from
Oh,
Crystal
gosh.
right now.
Oh gosh,
Kendall, you're cutting out a bit.
Kendall, you're cutting in and out a
Okay.
lot.
Hold on. Is that better?
Yep.
Yep.
Alright. It is dropping a little bit. I'm not sure why.
Oh.
Hopefully.
It seems a little bit like a connection issue.
You want to try disconnecting and reconnecting?
Yeah, try that.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Oh no. Candle.
We killed
Wait.
Candle.
Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I can hear.
And you sound a lot better.
Alright.
Mhm.
Cool. It seemed to be Discord it didn't like, so hopefully it'll be fine now.
Yeah, it sounds fine now.
We'll let you know if that changes.
Yeah, it
Cool,
shouldn't affect.
thanks.
It shouldn't affect the recording too much, thankfully.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. I said, Poe, you're getting such a smug look from Crystal right now.
Now.
Which is actually hilarious because Poe doesn't mind this at all. He is still getting exactly where he wants to be. Because, like, this kid sees him as, like, on the same level as them, which is good. And in addition, he's also getting Crystal in a very favorable position with this kid, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's a conniving little bastard.
He is. I love him, but he is.
But he. So she gets a smug look in return as he's just, oh, I'm sorry for being a mean kid.
Yeah. You may be old, but you're a meanie, and that's not good.
Sorry.
I'll try and work on it.
Okay. That's
I haven't-
good.
I
Mama
mean,
Bear says if you try, that means a lot.
and I do want to try. That's kind of why I'm here. I want to. Well, I kind of want to see if I can fit in with other druids like me.
Well, you will. Especially because with druids, you don't really fit in. You're just yourself.
Oh,
I mean, all of our magic is kind of a little different and wild anyways, so why would you want to be like all of everyone? You should try and be a little bit just you.
you're very wise.
Dad talked a lot. Or he did talk a lot. A lot.
I am sorry for the cat noises that might be picking up.
That's
I am not
okay.
hearing them.
So valid.
She started going wild with a toy, and
Baby.
she was standing on a plastic bag for a bit.
Aw,
Yep, that'll do it.
yeah. Yeah, you.
I hold this child.
Yeah. he's kind of just, well, you sure you don't want the book?
Okay, I'll take it. They don't really get a lot of books here, and it gets really boring after you've read the same fairy tale at least 50 times.
Well, I hope that my book could be a little more interesting than that.
Please,
And-
I have read Little Green Cape at least 100 times. It's not
Let's
fun
see.
anymore.
Is that your favorite one?
No, they don't have my favorite one here.
Oh, well, what is your favorite? As he's reaching into his hammer space.
Well, it's, I don't remember the name of it. My parents would read it, and I just called it the Star Book. But it's about a little boy who travels the stars and makes friends with animals.
It's the fucking Little Prince.
Maybe.
You know what's funny about that?
Uh-huh.
Isn't the Little Prince originally a French story?
Yep.
Le Petit Fonts.
That's cute.
Mm-hmm. It is good. Her son's kind of just, oh, that is a good one. As he pulls out most of the, probably can't do that one, or that one, or that one, or that one. So instead, he pulls out a couple of books that are surprisingly, they are kids' mystery novels written by Tana Layton.
Hey now.
Ooh.
Hey now. This is supposed to be one-way stabbing. Hey now. I'm
And
gonna roll something.
yeah,
Okay.
these are not the, for reference, these are not like the manuscripts, or the ones that were like in the Layton house.
Okay.
He just has some of Tana's books in his hammer space still because, well, sappy.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Mm.
Also because out of habit he would occasionally shill his mom's books.
I love
Aw.
that. Good for him.
Mhm.
Whoa. What are those?
They're mystery books.
Mystery books?
Mm-hmm.
Like people who solve mysteries?
Oh my god.
Cat.
Is Luna okay?
Yeah. I have a walking cane that I sometimes use because it's not always, but my
Yeah.
my leg sometimes acts up. And I take it to work. I have it leaning against the wall by the door. She was playing with her toy and accidentally bumped into it and made a loud scraping noise.
Love
Fair.
her.
Spooked both me and Luna. Oh, there she goes back to playing.
I love her so much.
Kitties. Yeah, he smiles like, yeah. And in these books, you can be the one that solves it.
Wow. You know, if you're going to stay here, you should read those sometimes. I know that we used to really like the mystery novels that the wolf would tell us. Mr. Quinn, sorry. I tried to use his name. Mr. Quinn would tell us.
Mm. Well,
Though his were a little violent.
Well, these are also for big kids. Hopefully a little less on the violent side, but I'm sure someone as smart as you could figure it out.
Yeah.
There's also no shame in not being ready or not being comfortable with something yet. Or ever.
As long as they don't have stabbing in them. I don't like stabbing.
Oh,
Those are both bad.
no stabbing. You see, in these ones, it's actually about a group of little kids who form their own detective group who go chasing after this big, scary thief.
Whoa. Like it's like the thief big and scary because they're kids, or is it like a giant? Mama told me that giants sometimes come over here.
Not
And that
a
if I didn't eat
giant.
my broccoli, they'd eat me.
Not a giant, but he is very tall and even scares some of the adults.
I don't know if you're selling this book very well, Arson.
He's just kind of looking at you.
Well, what I'm saying is that the kids in it are very brave, just like you.
I'm not brave, but that's okay.
Also, listen, Arson. The normal things he likes about mystery novels are not the same things a child would like about mystery novels.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is not one of my normal detective hyped blorbos. This is
Yeah.
wild.
I honestly can't say that Crystal's much better because she read mystery novels as a kid because she wanted to see if she could work out who the bad guy was.
Yeah.
I love her. I love them both. They're so neurodivergent.
But what's really cool about it is even if one of the kids gets scared, they have their friends there for them. So no matter what
That sounds
happens,
nice.
they can always face it together.
I have a couple of friends here. Maybe we can pretend to catch a bad guy.
Well, since I'm so big and mean, maybe I could be your bad guy.
You're not big.
I mean, I'm kind of big, aren't I?
She kind of
Yeah, it's a snot from Crystal.
grabs the stick and kind of pokes you. You're like all
Yeah.
bones.
He does laugh a little at the poke and sort of scrunches inwards. He's just, well, I could at least be scary. I think I could pull off a bad guy.
Oh yes,
You look
you're
like
so
you would cry
scary.
if somebody said you were mean to them.
What did you say?
She said you look like you'd cry if somebody said you were mean to them.
Well, you just called me mean and I didn't cry, did I?
You cried on the inside. I could see it in your soul.
Okay, just take the books.
She can
God,
grab your
Crystal.
hand.
Crystal is relaying this to Leo next time she sees him.
Unfortunately, he's too used to being bullied by children that if a child does not see him as an acceptable bullying target, he's not really sure how to handle it. Like, he very much is approaching this trying to be, like, one of the kids rather than as an adult talking to a child, which might also be a bit of a nail in the coffin for Crystal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though, again, he did just pull out books with Tana's name on them, so...
I feel like at this point, it's not really so.
He doesn't know! He probably wouldn't do this if he knew she was suspicious of him, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he hands the books over to the kid as as he is unfortunately bullied.
She takes them and places them next to her.
Mhm.
I can ask Mama Bear to read these to me if I can't read them. Thank you, though. You may be skinny and really mean. Well, you're not really mean. She kind of gives a laugh at that. You're actually kind of nice.
Aww.
Aw.
Though you really should eat more.
I'll
Maybe
try.
that's why you're sick.
Yeah, I'll try. We kind of just have a lot to do today, but I'll be sure to get a lot of rest tonight.
Do you
He
want me to
said,
help you?
like a liar.
I can help.
Oh. Really?
Well, yeah. You were nice to me, and I've almost finished with this braid, and well, I'm running out of animals, and plus, my legs need a stretch, so I can help. I don't know what you're doing, but I can help.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm a druid, but I don't really know a lot about it or how a place like this would work, so I guess I want to know a little bit more.
I can show you around.
That would be very kind of you.
Okay.
And she kind of starts to get up
Mhm.
and wobbles a little on her hooves, but gives a big stretch.
Oh.
Aw.
Poe will stand up as well and will look over at Crystal to see if she wants to come along.
Are you coming, lady?
If that's all right, should we let someone know what we're doing so
Oh,
they know where you are?
They can all see this place. Plus, they know I won't run off. I don't like the woods.
That is fair. They can be pretty spooky.
Yeah. That's where the bad men come from.
The men that become the animals?
She gives a nod.
And you all nod as well. But it didn't seem like you thought Mr. Quinn was bad.
Well,
Did he
yeah,
do something?
he was really nice. He helped.
She's kind of not looking at you.
Can I insight the child?
Sure.
Get perceived, child.
Making up lore as we go.
Ain't that the
She
mood?
seems very nervous, but also sad. And you see those little tears pricking in her eyes again.
Aw. Well, there's a lot of really smart people here, so I'm sure that they'll figure something out with Mr. Quinn.
Mr. Quinn is gonna probably stay like that, but that's okay. I don't think he'd mind.
Ha, interesting.
Mm-hmm. You think so?
Yeah, we take really good care of him. He's our favorite. He's the nicest to us kids.
Mm.
He was like that beforehand too, but that's probably because he's been the only not mean, not druid to come here so far.
Well, at least there's a few more not mean, not druids now. And he sort of elbows Crystal.
Yeah. She's in her head is like, what am I, chopped liver?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't get you guys like ever. So it's crazy that we've had this many come in the past 2 weeks.
Well,
You know what they say, when it rains, it pours.
I don't like the rain. It gets me all wet.
Yeah.
And that's hard to clean out my hooves.
Yeah, mud would be Mud would be pretty awful to deal with, huh?
It is. And it gets all stuck with me and it's hard to clean out. And it's even worse with the animals, especially like speaking about Mr. Quinn, every time we wash him, he runs right back out there and it's very annoying. He doesn't listen to us.
Aw.
Yes, animals tend to be like that.
Yeah. It makes sense, but it can still get very frustrating,
Yeah.
especially because he doesn't like to bath in the first place.
It's too bad you can't really reason with Mr. Quinn.
Yeah. That is the part we don't like.
Do you miss him?
She kind of gives a nod. He played with me a lot when he was here.
Poe nods as well. Yeah.
He didn't hang out a lot with people. Most of his time he was talking to Miss Sylvie in her little place. But if he did come out, it was normally to hang out with us kids, because I think he could tell that we wanted the company. The adults don't get to play with us as often.
Oh.
So he was like the first adult to actually come play with us.
Well, that's a
Except,
shame.
he knew a kid that was like us.
Oh. Really?
Yeah. I think he said his name was sort of the k sound.
Hmm.
Let me roll something. Not 20. Thank you. Oh, Camille.
Oh, I see.
Looks directly at Poe.
Yeah, Poe, who is currently trying to, not give out too much information.
Yeah.
God.
He would play. He said that there's this kid named Camille, that he had visited when he was out of the country, which I didn't even know that people went out of the country and came back very often. I mean, I knew they went out and came back, but like he was so young, which was really cool. It was really cool, the idea that you could like travel the whole world at that age. I think I might do that one day if I can. That sounds fun. But no, he would come here and he'd tell us stories. But like he said that there was this kid and he would like play games based off of it, which was very fun because it wasn't the normal games we played, because it was a bunch of like that's where I learned about mysteries, was through him. He would play these little mystery games and he would also give us like these puzzles. But then sometimes we do really boring things, like he'd give us like a little cube we had to solve. That was very boring. I didn't like the cube. The cube was hard.
Was it Rubik's Cube?
Mm. Crystal realizing, oh god, these kids are not getting an education.
Yeah. That does sound rather annoying.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the kids liked it. I just didn't like it. I preferred the puzzles he gave us. He realized that I really like math puzzles, so he started giving me some. Like them, but he would give me some.
Would sorry, I'm just waiting. Yeah, there we go.
You go.
Would he do that for all of the kids?
Not a lot of them. Most of them didn't like it. I mean, some did. He spent a little bit of time with us, and he would sometimes make the kids do like certain level of puzzles, but he didn't push it a lot because then we wouldn't hang out with him. I think he got lonely sometimes. But he's not lonely anymore, at least.
Muppet scrunches.
Yeah. The adults weren't mean to him, were they?
No, they were nice to him. I think they were just so, well, most of them were nice to him. Most were just scared, though.
Mm.
Mm.
I heard the adults say that he's related to the bad man,
Mm. Well,
but I don't think that's possible. He's too nice.
well, sometimes good people can be related to bad people.
No, because he can smile, and I don't think the bad man can smile, and I'm pretty sure that's like something that you have to get from your parents. Like it's like part of the ge- genetics.
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 Darling.
It. You're still being like, genetics don't work that way?
Meanwhile, Poe is just, oh, I guess you must be right. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, you don't like. You got to think. Do you ever see those? Do you ever see like in the like the storybooks, the bad guys have any happy kids? No.
Crystal suffering.
To be honest, they don't have kids in general normally. If they do, they stole the kids. I wonder if he stole Quinn. Oh my stars. Maybe I just love the mystery.
Honestly, okay, I think Crystal's like, all right, enough. This is gone far enough down this rabbit hole. She's not so subtly gonna change the topic.
So you mentioned a festival before.
Oh, yeah. Tonight is the festival. We don't really have a specific name for it. We've kind of nicknamed it Festival of the Moon. It's not the Moon Festival. That's a more important one. But we like to call it Festival of the Moon because it only happens whenever we have a full moon.
Is it a big event?
Kind of. It's when Miss Sylvie is her strongest, so she tries to make more of the protections.
Well,
We also get to eat lots of good food. They even let us have a little bit of meat.
that sounds very
If you want
exciting.
I don't like meat.
That's fair.
But some of the animals do. But they stink afterwards. Like Quinn.
Some of the animals need it because they can't digest the vegetables.
Yeah, I know they need to, but it still makes them stinky.
Amazing.
Baby fashion.
All right. Think.
She's kind of just trotting after you both.
Think our son's kind of just. So, if I were to end up staying, would there be anything I'd have to know?
Don't bring bad people here. That's the big one. If bad people do attack, I don't know if you're old enough, but some of the older people try and help protect. Miss Sylvie can't protect all the time. She gets tired if she does it too much too often. Not to mention it hasn't happened a lot, and it's only happened once since I was here. But normally we don't have enough people back to back that we have to worry about like preparing, but like not having time to prepare. I heard that there was a couple times before I came here.
How do they prepare?
Mostly putting up a lot of spells that make alarms or like really big sounds if somebody passes through them that's a meanie or doesn't have one of the guide's protections.
Wait, what was the last bit?
The guide's protections.
Okay.
Guide.
Yeah, because I was like, huh?
Not God. So, I'm like, I instantly knew what you thought I said. Guide.
A guy.
So when they protect, do they hurt the bad people?
Sometimes, nothing deadly. It's normally just to try and scare them off. A little explosion here or there.
Mm. And what about the people that end up as the animals?
They're the ones who got through. They try not. We don't like to kill people, so it's kind of our way of making sure they don't hurt us anymore.
Mm. And
Oh, jeez.
how do you do that?
Miss Sylvie has a little potion she makes. That's actually what she's making tonight. That's one of the things. That and a couple more of the protection spells. And if they take a sip of it, it turns them into like an animal that kind of represents their inner sides. Like not their organs. It's supposedly something involving like their personality and everything.
Ursen mentally, dog boy.
Dog boy real.
Honestly.
Accent voice Leo can't know this part. Leo would not have any mercy for me or Quinn.
Yeah, like one part of him is like dog boy, the other part is I can't believe she's actually a wolf.
On all levels
The
except for
toast.
physical.
Yeah.
Edgy much.
Mhm.
Like it's so bullyable.
Yeah, but on the exterior, he's kind of just. Oh, do the adults all carry it, or is it just Miss Sylvie?
Just Miss Sylvie. She doesn't want the adults to use it on like good people who get through.
Mm.
Sometimes the adults can be mean.
Understatement.
You think Miss Sylvie can be mean?
I've never seen her be mean.
Mm.
She seems really nice and she does try to play with us kids some, but it's normally just making new flowers. She's really busy.
Mm. But she did make Quinn an animal. That's kind of mean, isn't it?
She didn't want to.
Hmm.
He kind of did it himself.
Oh, what did he do?
He grabbed the drink from her hands and chugged it so that she couldn't give it to the real bad guy.
God, yeah, that sounds like Quinn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you think he did that?
Mr. Quinn didn't like the spell.
Mm.
He would argue with Miss Sylvie about it a lot.
Well, I
Do
mean,
you know why he didn't like it?
He said it wasn't right.
do you know why he thought it wasn't right?
He didn't talk about it a lot, especially around us kids. I normally only heard it if there was if he was yelling really loud from inside the tree.
Mm.
He didn't do
Well-
that very often. I don't think he liked yelling.
Mm. Well, I guess maybe if I were Quinn, my worry would be, well, like you said, the adults here can be mean, right?
Yeah.
Well, what if one of the people who came here was just a bit mean and didn't know any better?
Well, normally we try to be nice. It's only when they try to kill us. Or they do something bad, like try to take one of us away.
Do you think that maybe they could just be scared?
Maybe. They're really mean, though, even if they are scared.
But
People can be very mean when they're scared.
mm-hmm. But
I
the
guess.
thing is, and it doesn't excuse what they do while they're scared, but what if someone who was mean, well, what if they were able to try and be better? Wouldn't it be fair to give them a chance to try?
She kind of frowns at that. I mean, I guess for some. But we can't figure out who is who. So you got to keep all of us safe. That's why we take care of them. I mean, we don't want to be mean back to them.
But
We just don't want to get hurt.
isn't it kind of mean to do this to them? I mean, you'd be pretty upset if you couldn't read anymore, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't know. They say that whenever they change, they kind of lose all their worries. That's why they're always so nice here.
Would you like that to happen to you?
If I was hurting people badly enough, I'd understand why they did it. I wouldn't like it, but I'd understand.
But you won't be able to understand if they did that to you, would they? Would you?
Yeah, but then I wouldn't be upset.
Well, do you know for sure that's how they truly feel?
I can't read their minds, but some of the older adults who can speak with the animals say that they tend to be very chill. We sometimes have one or two that gets mean, but they get nice again real quickly.
Don't
But
like that.
that's not really them, is it?
I guess not, but I like this side of them more.
But if the world were just full of people you like, then, well, don't you think it'd be a pretty small world?
Yeah, but then no one would die.
Well, everyone has to die eventually, and I don't think there's any forgiving someone who. Oh, no, words. Beep, 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 beep.
Thank you.
Yeah, because that's not really what he'd say. But
Can
yeah, Crystal, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, this might not be a bad place for her to jump in. I think she might, sort of, kneel down a little bit more head height and
as much as it would be really nice for the world to work that way, there are going to be things that happen to people you care about, no matter how much you try to stop it. And maybe it will be someone who's mean, and maybe it'll be an accident, or something else that is completely outside of your control. But that doesn't make it right to then do something like that to other people, does it?
She's kind of frowning more, and she's got the little tears in her eyes again.
Well, sorry for making you sad.
It's all right. I just don't like thinking about the bad guys.
I know.
But I mean, who does?
I mean, and she kind of gives a little weak laugh. Mr. Quinn talked about bad guys a lot. Maybe he liked talking about them.
Well, maybe he wanted to show you something with how much he talked about bad guys.
He he did say some of them weren't always all bad.
Mm.
So he didn't talk about the real bad guys a lot.
Arson nods. Well, I guess that's fair, but I guess I'm mostly just worried that I'm mostly just worried that what we'd be doing is just as mean, if not more so.
I mean, we're not killing their parents, are we?
No. But
But
we
you're
could-
taking away what makes them them.
I mean,
Is that different from killing them?
I mean, I mean, they're still alive, right?
but think about Mr. Quinn, for example.
She kind of
Mr.
nods.
If Mr. Quinn's here, then, well, what do you think will happen with his parents or his family and friends?
Well, if what the adults say are true, he doesn't have any nice parents. And I mean, I guess his friends would miss him.
Mhm. I
He
mean,
did talk about them a lot.
Ursa nods. I mean, Camille's a little guy like you, right? You're
Yeah,
you're
I
kind
wish we
of
could send. I wish we could bring him here.
but he's not here, and Mr. Quinn can't ever see him again. Isn't
No.
that a little bit like taking someone important away?
She kind of sniffles. Yeah. But I don't want to lose Mr. Quinn either.
But he's not the Mr. Quinn that would tell you stories or play with you.
Well, I guess. I mean, he plays with us some.
But he can't give you puzzles anymore.
I guess he can't.
Hmm.
But we can't have him back.
Is that
Why
what-
not?
Yeah, Crystal, you go.
Because they don't change back after they drink the stuff.
Is that what Miss Sylvie says?
She gives a nod.
Well, I think Miss Sylvie is one person, just like the rest of us. And you don't know everything, do you?
She shakes her head.
So maybe there's something about this that Miss Sylvie doesn't know.
Even the smartest people have a lot to learn.
I'd like Mr. Quinn back.
Well,
I
I
think all of us want him back.
can't make any promises, but well, Crystal here is very, very smart. So, and she's very, very good at magic. So maybe if we could see a little bit of the potion Miss Sylvie uses, well, maybe we could find a way to bring Mr. Quinn back without hurting anyone.
Roll a persuasion.
You want me to roll persuasion?
Mm-hmm. It's a high DC.
Can I provide the help action?
Can provide the help action.
I'm
I'm just warning you right now, it's a stupid high DC.
Can I argue a guidance from my little bird? Since it's a cantrip?
Go ahead.
Alright.
You can hear the long sigh through the mic.
Alright, let me roll. No, come back!
You make
Come
me
back,
read
let me
out
see
my
you.
entire game notes for a third fucking time. This is literally a joke. This is all good, but
This is just the DMing experience. I'm gonna be real.
it really is.
Yeah, you left things open for us. I'm sorry.
Listen, I wanted this. I'm gonna be honest. I wanted this.
Mhm.
I wanted you guys to take it in a way I didn't expect because I find it fun, but I do have to bully you a little.
Fair.
Fair.
Besides, something tells me you're not going to give us a long rest.
Hmm?
Are you going to give us a long rest later, by the way, or am I...
Depends on if you sleep.
Fair enough. Because for a moment I thought you were going to have things go terribly wrong at the festival. Okay.
I'm still not putting it past.
True.
It depends on how you guys play things, okay? I won't lie. In the original thing, it would have gone all wrong at the festival.
Really?
Really? But
Mm-hmm.
because you changed things, I had to change things up a little.
Okay, so that is unfortunately a 1 on the D4, but let me add stuff together real quick. Unfortunately, he doesn't have. Unfortunately, you have to. Thank you for the help action, though, Crystal. His first roll was a 3.
Happy to help. My Crystal's persuasion is a +1. It's not
Fair.
gonna cut it.
I need
Help
to
action is better.
understand, it barely passes.
That's what I thought you'd say. Unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Baby Eyes Leo here.
Yeah, that's the only reason I didn't make it. My original gut instinct was to make it a 25, but I was like, that's just mean.
Mad at my plus 13 persuasion, huh?
Literally, I was like, Leo's not here. I can make a decent DC.
Decent.
I mean-
It's like a little DC 20.
This group, yeah. And she kind of nervously moves back and forth on her hose. I can show you where I think she keeps it.
Don't worry, we won't do anything that'll get you in trouble. We couldn't have you go to the corner.
I'm not worried about that.
What?
What are you worried about?
If you take it all, then Miss Sylvie won't be able to protect us as easily. I know
Well-
she's making some more tonight, but bad people can attack anytime.
We'll just take a little bit, okay? We won't take much. And like you said, she's making more tonight, so
And the little girl nods, and she kind of turns and starts trotting towards the tree, but she's starting to like weave behind the houses.
Mhm. Yeah. Poe is going to follow and kind of turn to Crystal and he taps his mask to send Crystal a short message. So only Crystal can hear us. He's just I hope this turn of events is okay with you. And Crystal can reply.
Yeah, I think her reply is it's unorthodox but workable. We'll see how things go.
He taps it again, like, I figured we likely wouldn't be able to get too much information about how all of the wards work or what would be an acceptable solution to the adults.
Yeah, there's a nod and Something tells me Sylvie will be the one with that information only.
And another tap, and something tells me that Sylvie isn't going to be likely to give that information up.
Not easily.
I will say we are going to briefly look over at the other two. Do you guys want to do anything?
Oh, us?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there another group they could go and talk to?
There is. I mentioned there is the groups that are whispering, as well as the groups that are taking care of some of the crafts.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, there is Sylvie, who did say she was open to talking to you all.
Yeah. Probably best to do that about he's this close to mauling her. Non-lethally mauling her, of course. But
Sorry, I did not understand
mauling.
what you said. Probably safe to what?
probably best to not have Arsene in on that conversation, considering how close he is to non-lethally mauling her. But also, I assume the dwarf could probably point them to original members if that would help their investigation.
Yeah, that's
He
what
could.
I was gonna ask about.
Mm-hmm.
He will actually point you over towards the kids group. The adults over there tend to be part of the older groups. If you want the oldest of them, I'd recommend asking for the one they call Mama Bear.
Oh, that's... Marion kind of nods. He's used to unconventional names for certain figures.
Leo had to bite back. I had to stop him from saying his immediate thought
Yeah.
of
Which
damn,
was?
that name's on the nose, ain't it?
Oh my
You can
god.
say it if you want.
No, that's not gonna reflect nicely on them. He's a good boy.
Mm-hmm. Also, since they're pointing at the child group, Leo and Marion Arsene and Crystal are not there.
Yeah, Marion's kind of like
Yeah.
looks over that way, and he's just like, oh no, internally.
Yeah, Leo also just kind of. Leo has to hold back the yikes face.
I'm so sorry.
Oh god damn, Leo doesn't have message or anything. Fuck.
Let's go talk to the old lady.
Yeah, everything's fine.
It's fine.
You walk over to the kids, and there's a group of adults sitting to the side, kind of like talking. They're sitting outside another kind of tree. It's a much smaller, but they're all sitting in the shade while the kids laugh and play with the animals. Quinn at this point is more flowers than fur,
Of course.
in case you're wondering.
Love that for him.
He is absolutely out of it too. Like he is like tongue lolled snoring.
Yo, he's fucking honk shoeing.
Indeed. I hand the stage to you two.
God. I'm sorry, my brain cells are dying.
Holds you.
Do we need to stop for the night?
Maybe? I'm trying to grab the spoons to figure out the words that Marion's gonna say.
That's fair.
I think he starts by, he's not trying to be like he's not trying to be too obvious, but like trying to draw all the attention to himself, but he is trying to at least like approach friendly and let him be known that he's coming over. he just kind of like waves at the other adults as he and Leo come up.
A group of old ladies and men and unknown just kind of shoot their head towards you. You've been spotted.
I've been spotted.
Like a flock of seagulls when you hold up a fucking French fry.
It's like a fucking you know how like suburban old ladies will
Yeah.
gossip.
Yeah, they all just quiet and instantly snap their heads.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hi there, dearie.
Oh, hello. Sorry. He was gonna introduce Leo as his son, and I was like, that's not it. Hang on, I need to
Oh my god.
Leo, too adoptable.
That's not it. He goes, my friend and I were just, wondering about the, oh my god, sorry, Discord keeps doing, like, I think somebody's jumping in the other VC, and it keeps, like, moving the channels down, and it's so distracting.
You. Yeah, it looks like somebody did hop in and out.
Yeah.
Should be good now.
Okay. My friend and I were hoping to learn a bit more about this place, and we were directed to you lot.
Ah, well, welcome. Welcome. Ask away. Come, sit down. There's a couple of stumps over here for anybody who wants to join.
And she kind of motions for you to come into the shade.
Maybe it's because I've been watching too many, like, what old Southern ladies say and what they actually mean videos, but I'm immediately, like, on guard.
Mao.
But Leo's a very polite boy. So he's just, oh, thanks. And he will very politely take a sit.
It must be so jarring for these druids who have never even left the country to, like, see a toon here.
Yeah, no, they you've definitely been having some whispers.
It's Marion's used to it. He's used to it in like a different direction, but like but like he doesn't mind.
I bet most of the whispers are in Forsanatian, and Leo is just filing those away for later.
Yeah.
But yeah, Marion's taking a seat nearby. Are they doing anything specific, or are they just chatting with each other?
They're chatting. One or two seem to be basket weaving. But most of them are just kind of chatting.
Unfortunately.
Occasionally telling a child to not tug so hard on one of the animals' fur.
I think Marion gives a nod and thanks as he takes a seat. And he just goes, "Oh, thank you. I've been on my feet all day."
Ah, well, then sit on down.
It's
nice and cool over here in the shade.
That it is. It's a very nice place here.
That it is. You come as well, darling.
And she kind of motions for Leo.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Take a seat. Now, you guys said you had some questions.
Oh, yes. We were interested in the history here.
Ah. Well, then you do best to talk to Mama Bear, then.
That would be.
That's the lady who kind of looks over this stuff. She doesn't tend to come outside, but she's mostly working on getting some new activities prepped for the kids. You can find her inside the tree. But thank you for thinking I look so young for my age. I am only about 80.
Marion 64. Words. Give me a sec.
You're good. Leo will in that perky young person way. Could have fooled me, madam. You don't look a day over 65.
Don't lie, darling. It's all right. It's nice to get to be this old.
Yeah.
Not everybody gets to make those claims.
Yeah, especially not here.
Yeah. So I take what I can get.
You know what? You're so right, actually. Now that I think about it, what I said feels kind of rude now, and I'm really sorry.
Don't worry, you're young. It's expected for you to be rude.
Marion kind of is like holding back, snickering at Leo.
Leo with his big old eyes is like, oh no, wait.
Don't worry, you didn't upset any of us. Takes a lot more than that. I promise you, the kids here are a lot meaner than you are.
Oh yes.
Classic children.
Younger kids can be quite the handful, can't they?
That they can.
He kind of like looks over to where the kids are with the little animals.
Quinn has woken up slightly to nip at one of them very gently without actually biting down because they keep tugging at his tail.
Lamau.
Stop tugging his tail!
I can't remember if Camembert was on this trip or not.
Don't think he was.
Okay. Okay. But also, damn, I can't believe Leo, who's always with his dog, went on a trip without his dog.
I think the reason Leo didn't was because one, the danger level.
Yeah.
So I think Camembert is being taken care of at home.
I can just imagine he left his family with a list that's like the comically just opens and rolls and rolls and rolls out.
They get 2 of them. Because not only do they have to watch over Camembert, all of the ladies.
Timmy voice, you are way too extra.
It's okay, Azumi's like the exact same with Koro.
Azumi understands.
Timmy handing the Camembert list to Azumi. You've got this one.
Yes.
And then handing the ladies list to Jubilee. And you got that one. And I
Fucking would.
and he like pretends to roll at one. Got this one. And he walks off.
He's like pantomiming. Alright.
Anyways.
So Mama Bear's not out here, is that it?
Yes, she's inside the tree, the one that's behind the ladies.
Mm-hmm. I think Marion's gonna look over to Leo to see if he wants to go inside with him.
Yeah, Leo will come with.
Alright, in that case.
There could be more people trying to make snide remarks in there in Forsanati and that Marion would be able to understand.
Well, it's actually a pretty small tree, and whenever you go in it, you can see there's
Okay.
only enough room for like maybe 3 to 4 people. And sitting towards and facing the back of you is a giant bearskin pelt over a hunched over figure that
Oh, they really meant it.
Mama bear.
Oh.
who has their back face to you.
Is this an arc druid? Love the lack of an answer.
That means yes.
Marion will at least bid a really polite thank you to the ladies out there and the gentlemen and
Hi, dearie. You can always come back and talk to us if you want.
he might actually take them up on that offer after
Yeah.
all this. That's the
Leo.
funny thing.
Leo's just salutes, will do.
He gives him a friendly wave before he ducks inside. I think Marion. There's like no doorway, is there?
No, it's just like a couple of beads separating,
Yeah, I think
made of little seashells.
I think in that case he might actually like, as he enters, knock on the doorway. To see if that gets Mama Bear's attention.
You hear like a grunt.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, are we interrupting anything?
The figure turns around and you see that the giant pelt is actually laid over a chair, and as you turn around, a elderly gnome woman stares at you.
It's a gnome! Oh, I'm so delighted!
I
Love that.
I
Big
love
old
going
dead
into real
chair.
kind
Teeny
countries.
tiny gnome.
I love going into real kind countries, guys.
You can do tune bits with real kind. It's fine.
Exactly.
Leo internally is just like, oh shit, what a bit.
That's really good.
Can I help you?
Can I help you?
Deep voice.
Oh my god.
Thank you,
Jesus
Spec.
Christ.
Spec just keeps getting us.
Leo was trying
Sorry.
so hard to hold back the what's the Camille emote? This because oh man, it's bit after bit.
Sorry, my voice change still kicks in on sometimes a little late.
Absolutely no problem.
Marion just kind of nods. Perfectly understandable.
Yes. It'll fluctuate probably a little bit, but that's just a side effect at this point. Now, how can I help you?
Yes, are you the ladies that Mama Bear?
That would be me, darling.
And he goes, oh, well, you see, my friend and I we're not from here, and we were very interested in learning about the history of this little settlement.
You before Sylvie came here, don't you?
Marion nods, if you don't mind me asking.
Of course not. I would not have let you into this tree if I did.
Oh.
Here, come, sit down. Don't worry, I do not plan on offering you any tea. I know you wouldn't drink it. That's all right.
Marion.
It's understandable to not trust me. And she smiles, and like there's like a row of like shark-like teeth. That's smart of you.
Marion nods, and he kind of gives a glance to Leo before he takes the offered seat.
There is trunks of like smaller trees that have been like carefully cut and put in here that you can kind of serve as seats. No. Would you prefer I simply tell you the answer, or would you rather ask the questions?
I suppose that depends on what you think the question is.
The question is, based off who's here and why you seem to be here, you want to know who she is, why she's here, and why we let her run this place. You may also possibly want to know a little bit about your friend. The Noriaki kid. No?
Marion nods and says, well, if you don't mind.
All right. Well, I will simply cover as much as I can, as briefly as I can.
That's
You
fair.
don't have as much time as you think you do.
That's terrifying.
Sorry, all Marion handed me internally was, yeah, ominous old women, that happens.
Yeah.
I have to know, did Leo say that out loud?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry, little one. I'm not the scariest thing here. Now, regarding Sylvie, who she is, I will admit I barely know. I try not to pry too much into that, and the animals don't seem keen on telling me. Not that I argue. If the forest does not deem it necessary for me to know, then I just shall not know. How long ago she got here, though? Well, she arrived about a month after we established this place. Things were getting a little hard, and myself and some of the other older druids were struggling to keep everyone together. Tensions were high for obvious reasons, and when she came along, she just naturally had people on her side. Needless to say, none of us trusted her for that, but eventually she proved herself to be of no harm. And the forest did not seem to punish her directly for her actions. Do I believe she is safe? No, but it does not seem on bringing any pain down upon us, which is all that I care about. If she wishes to play with fire, then I will let her. As for why we let her lead, she is the appearance of powerful. People follow that. It makes things so much easier. Also allows us older folks to actually rest now. Do things we like to do. I personally have gotten into wood carving since she took over. A very nice hobby. Very relaxing.
Are any of her wood carvings, like, visible?
Yes, when you look up, there's a bunch of animal jaws, like, with their mouths open, hanging above you, towards you.
Hey, do I know this character? And
You do not.
Are they all bears?
You do not know this character. Fuck, I just realized what I did!
Is this that old lady from Brave?
God.
I mean, it would fit, but I'm sorry.
Spec.
So funny.
For those who don't know, I've watched that movie an exceptional amount of times, and I'm starting to realize it may be seeping into me unconsciously.
It's perfectly
I
alright. It
guess
happens.
Excuse,
now.
that's a mood.
I guess now it is. They are all bears. All the carvings are bears. Every single one is a bear.
There's one carving though that looks bear shaped, and it has big ol' horns and long arms, and it's Sully Monsters Inc.
Exactly.
I was gonna say there's one truck that has like a pizza sign on it.
Exactly. You all know what's here.
God.
Gosh, I can't believe I did that. The wood carving was an accident too.
Mal.
Marion actually,
Okay,
like,
continuing.
Marion does actually, like, admire the wood carving, because, like, oh yeah, that does look pretty neat.
Yeah,
Thank you. I do
Leo.
my best.
Leo's just, okay, but like, so everyone does agree that it's kind of absolutely wild that she does all that magic, but things haven't backfired, right?
All of us older folk know the place well and know the forest, yes. However, most of the younger and newer ones have kind of just accepted it. Some
like-
see it as a favor being put upon us. Others simply are too tired to care.
That's so dangerous, though.
It is, but like I said, the forest has made it no signs of any revenge coming down upon us. As long as she keeps the danger to her, do not care.
Marion's face kind of scrunches. He doesn't like. He has a feeling and he does not like it.
Leo's no longer holding back, making that Camille emote face.
Yeah, I can't blame him.
Hang on, sorry, I have to talk about this. I just saw like Luna just roll and then pick up a toy in her mouth and trot off like nothing happened.
Lamau.
Iconic.
Love that.
Queen shit.
Really, though.
Marion's just like. Sorry, Luna threw her toy at me again. It did not hit me this time.
Why the fuck does she like throwing things at you so much?
It's so funny.
It's because she gets way too excited. If you heard that.
Yeah.
Marion's just, So you, don't know where she came from?
Not really, and not that I care. I know she came out of Fort Sinan. It doesn't show as much, but whenever she first came here, her accent was notably different. It makes sense, though. Would explain why she doesn't have the same reservations most of us would have.
About, using a magic.
Correct.
That's so dangerous, though.
It is very dangerous.
You are correct.
I worry. Where I come from, there is a belief that if something like that does not happen, when it does, it will be big.
Oh, I truly believe that's what will happen. The only question is when.
No one.
Hate that.
Has anybody done something in preparation for it? Has they said anything?
No. Most of us who are older don't see anything to be concerned by. If things are going to happen as we calm down, young child. If things are going to happen as we expect, well, nature will take its vengeance upon her. We have all been respectful to it, understanding its laws and what boundaries it's placed upon us. It has no need to grow angry at us. It is her who shall pay the price.
Sorry.
So you just let her do whatever, knowing that things are gonna get completely awful one day?
For her, maybe, but as long as the rest of the druids stay safe, that is all I care about.
Oh,
Do not think I am happy to see this happen. But that child would not listen to any of the elders when we insisted it would not work. And, well, if she wishes to make this grotto, then she best be prepared for when the trees cover her up and bury her. Even the calmest of waters can have a deep tide some days, and the current is dangerous.
sometimes the shallows don't look like shallows at all.
Correct. there becomes a point when you realize there are not fights you can win. She had her mind set by the time she came here. So, we let her.
What about the things she has been doing to protect your settlement? The potions.
The potions are unnatural, I will not lie. And while I do think they're a bit,
Sorry. Luna knocked over my backpack, stared at it for a second, and then just sat on it.
Okay, but that's cat behavior, though.
God, Leo is just handing me, like, sitting there, just like, gaping at the ground.
Understandable. He knows the Force and all.
Yeah. I hope I'm making you proud, Fletcher Marzi.
Yes.
Oh, definitely.
It's
Leo's having a conundrum.
Mhm.
yeah, based
Like,
on-
he very much does play into the, you know.
Yeah.
It's such a unique style of horror that like would only work with this buildup of lore, and it's so well done.
Yeah, this has gone from a oh yeah, okay, I know the danger is coming, get prepared for it, and then it's like, oh no, okay, I think I still underestimated things.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Don't worry, little ones. You have not angered nature, and so you shall stay safe.
Yeah, but
I'm worried that whatever happens might affect others as well.
It will only affect if they get too close, and well, considering the buildup of her magic, I think the warning signs will be quite noticeable before they happen.
Marion, internally, you don't know that for sure.
Mm-hmm. There's
Do
children
not-
here, sir.
Do
There's
not
children here,
question me.
Mama Bear.
Don't question me. I could see it in your eyes. Listen. You are scared, and that is understandable. But these woods have served me and the others very well for a long, long time. If we were in danger, I would know. That is why they call me Mama Bear. I protect my children, the druids, with all of my fierceness.
but not
However,
Sylvie.
The thing about having children is there is a point where you must understand that they have gone. Sylvie, although once upon a time she may have been a child of mine, is no longer. It is sad, but it is something that does happen. Sometimes the bonds are broken, and you must simply come to accept that.
So are people just waiting now for it to catch up to her?
Only those of us who are old enough to know, and that's maybe 3 of us at most. Everyone else doesn't know, and we have no intention of telling them. They are peaceful, blissfully unaware, and calm. For some of them, this is their last bit of hope. We have no intention of killing that.
Don't tell me that. Oh. Marion kind of puts his head in his hands. Kind of just rubs a hand against his face.
This is not a happy story.
And unless we do something, it won't have a happy ending.
No. And I fear for some the ending is already written. However, it is up to you and your decisions that will decide. That or you can always just leave.
Oh,
Leave
absolutely
it to the next
not.
one that comes. But, exactly. I know you won't. You would have left already if you wanted to. Ask me any other questions you may have. And she pauses for a second and tilts her head and let me roll something. Yes, we still have time to talk.
Is it normal for people who have a conversation with you to feel like they have been tossed into the middle of a river?
Mary kind of just gently nudges Leo's shoulder, not even looking at him.
No. If they're older than the children, then yes. Most don't talk to me unless they're the children. Even the ladies out there don't speak to me, and I'm quite certain that the dwarf who sent you here doesn't speak to me. If he does not speak loud enough for me to hear. They do not bother me, and I do not bother them. Only the children come in here. They enjoy my story time.
Marion shifts a little. Sorry, he's operating on Nintendo logic, which is basically, if there is a wise old lady, you ask that old lady for advice.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he goes, but you know why exactly we are here, yes? For the
Yes.
For
The Noriaki kid.
And hopefully to find a way to make sure we can take the others that have been transformed without putting everyone in harm's way.
Yes. That will be quite hard. Some of them are more hostile than others.
Oh, I have no doubt about that, but
I do not think that will be the hard part of your adventure, though.
What do you...
Take your time, Marion.
He didn't even introduce himself. Holy shit. But I don't think that startles him.
It startles Leo.
She kind of glances at Leo and gives a little toothy smile.
Leo very quietly. Is this what having a grandmother is like? I've never had a grandmother before. Is this what they're like?
Druids are weird, man.
I love this lady. It's Maggie.
Very
eel.
I made her up on the spot, I won't lie.
Good shit.
Those are the best.
Why do I get the feeling Mama Bear knows exactly where Arsene and Crystal are right now?
What do you think she was listening for?
Oh.
Oh no.
And they don't fucking know. Okay, Marion just gonna take a deep breath, and he says,
I love giving you an OP NPC.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like the rhythm is a form of divination magic, so
Yeah.
that does run in some people's bloodlines.
mm-hmm.
And she is powerful and old as shit.
Yep.
Anyways, continue.
Marion kind of straightens, and he looks at this, looks at Mama Bear, very, very determined, and he says, what should we do next?
Let me think. Depends. I want you to imagine you can only do one of these things. Take care of Sylvie, change the boy back, or get them all out of here, but they're still the same form as they are now. Which would you prefer?
Oh, it didn't pick up. But Marion kind of lets out a breath, because that's a very difficult choice to make.
Gives my big toothy smile to you.
Mhm.
Oh man. Leo's gut check was get Quinn back, but he's not comfortable talking out these decisions about his brother.
Hold him.
We need to talk to the rest of our group first.
Don't worry, I already know the answer each of you will give.
Looks away from a very stubborn main character boy.
We have to make sure that Sylvie doesn't hurt anybody else. But if she's out of the picture, we don't have the potion or a way to reverse it.
Ah, you are correct. You need her technically. She does not necessarily need to be alive. However, I do not think that is the path you all wish to walk. That removes that option and leaves, do you want the boy back in his old form? Or do you want to get as many of those people back, possibly not in their original forms, and keep the druids safe? Whatever choice you make, there will be consequences.
There are always
That is simply the nature of our world. However, I can help guide you into the path that benefits the one you want the most.
Oh man, we have to choose.
Not necessarily. There is always another way, but it is hard and would be quite exhausting. Not to mention, it depends on how well your other two.
You know what they're up to, don't you? Since you already know almost everything about us. What are they doing? Where are they?
They are currently going with one of the younger ones. A little girl named, let me grab my, I pulled up.
Oh, you did actually name her?
I realized we didn't ask her name.
I purposely grabbed a bunch of random name. I purposely went to the character thing and looked up the random names they have for each race.
Oh my god. I did not ask her name on purpose because I was like, I don't want to put you on the spot.
Okay, got it.
I know how hard names are.
No, with every time you've talked to an NPC, I've literally just pulled up their race and what the given names are for them. Little Doxa, they're with her. They are attempting to currently seal the potion that Sylvie makes.
Oh no.
Oh.
For their sake, I hope they fail.
We need to stop them.
Oh no. You want them to get caught.
Okay, if we want them to get caught, then Poe is a shit thief, so...
Exactly.
Why would we want them to get caught? Wouldn't that get the rest, everyone in trouble?
Well, yes and no. It would make Sylvie more aware, and she would be forced to make her choice now. The thing is, if you want the results you want, you must make your decision before tonight. Sylvie is strongest tonight, as with many druids right now, which means if you want her to undo her spell on them all, tonight will be your chance. Considering I do not believe we have another month to wait. Noriaki gets rather impatient, as you probably know.
Oh, yeah, he's a fucking bitch.
Exactly. So, it is either tonight, or there's a good chance that many of them won't make it.
I don't think we're getting that long rest, boys.
We aren't.
That throws my hair behind my ear.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought you'd say.
Yeah.
Leo burying his fingers in his hair. Ah, fuck, I don't have a message.
Don't worry. If you want, I can make sure they don't succeed.
We need them to not succeed, but to put Sylvie on the spot. Yes.
Yes.
How do we do that?
Considering the little raven's mouth, it will be quite easy. Most likely, she will confront them. He will lash out, make a comment or two about how she shouldn't be doing this. She'll ask him what they should do if they have an answer then. And, well, he will either give an answer, or he will make it clear that no matter what she does, she will not win.
It does sound like him. Fuck!
No matter what happens, we have to be there when it does happen.
Yes, that would be ideal.
Okay.
Because if things do go as I expect them to, her punishment will catch up with her quite fast.
Leo is handing me a thing, but, like, I don't know if that's something that he can, like, hear? Or, like, get from what he hears?
If he's listening to the rhythm, this place is far enough. I do not think you'd be able to hear anything that's happening near Sylvie's place.
No, that's not. He's trying to. Basically, he wants to put the pieces together that if she can hear it or not.
She just smiles at him.
Leo very quietly. Can you hear it? Is that why you're like this?
Why I'm like this is a wide variety of things, but yes, I can hear it. Don't worry. I would be honest, most of my knowledge does not come from that. If you try to see the world solely through that, well, your vision is quite limited. And I do not mean just as a druid. You may not be a druid, but you can see a lot more if you decide to no longer just depend on the things that make sense.
I don't depend on it that much, do I?
You do not as much. You're learning. I see it in the way you pay attention to the world.
Marion takes a deep breath.
Yeah. Your friends are almost there. So I believe it is time you ask your couple of final questions. I believe you have approximately time for 3 more.
3 more. Okay, I need to think.
What is it with old ladies and their rule of 3?
It's so funny. The, like... Marion's so used to this trope, he's not even, like, exasperated by it.
Leo's having a time.
Things that don't make a sense. Sorry, he keeps handing me things that are, like, backstory things and not things I can actually say.
Holds you.
He's just,
Oh damn, it's a windy bitch.
God.
No.
Sorry, I'm trying to think. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're
You're all
good.
good. You're all good.
You're good.
While Marion thinks, the lady turns to look at Leo.
Hmm.
You little one. While your friend ponders over the questions to ask me, which take their time, they are important. I would recommend that you all try and be careful. I'm assuming that you would like some time to rest before your eventual confrontation.
Is that even an option? Our limit's tonight.
One second, I'm working on something.
Oh.
Holds you fair.
Okay.
Could you possibly... Tonight is... Yes. But until then, you may have a chance. You may not be able to get that rest, but there is someone of your party who I believe gets nervous the closer it gets to the dark.
Marion
Oh fuck.
squints is like, what? Huh?
Do not worry, Marianne. This one does not concern you.
Oh shit. Oh, I completely forgot. Oh fuck.
Handshake, which is why I'm damage scrolling really fast.
Yeah, because you're putting a lot of stress on it. It's like, ooh,
Yeah.
he's not going to be able to, like,
I
kind of need the rest, but also...
Like, even if I get the rest, I did not realize it was a morning thing.
Yeah, because the way the antidote works is he has to wait at least 8 hours before he can take it again, and once he does it, he is stuck as Arsene until it wears off, which is usually a range between 8 to 12 hours. We got
so I'm trying to damage control right now. We're changing the lore a bit. Shh, you see nothing. I'm happily wiping the whiteboard.
Yeah, if you need to take a little break to brainstorm,
that's the best part is my brain's already shifted gears. I unironically do best on the spot.
Fair.
So, if your friend would like to complete it during the day, it would be best to do it before sunset then. As after the moon ends, her power will go back to restart of its cycle.
I think I'm getting the timeline confused.
Okay, right now it is a little bit before sunset.
Okay.
The tonight is the full moon, which is when Sylvie is strongest. The best time would be to confront Sylvie during the festival when she's at her highest power, because then she has the highest chance of success.
Well, if she decides to undo that, but we don't have any of the information we need to get her to agree to that.
Yeah.
And we also wouldn't be able to get a rest in, and a lot of us aren't really working at full currently.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I am damage controlling quickly.
If you want, I could DM you a suggestion.
Hit me.
Marion, okay, I do have questions that he can ask.
Okay, let me get this DM.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, I can do that.
Mhm.
Just because, for crying out loud. My head hurts too much for this.
I'm so sorry.
You're still valid.
You were bringing up the timeline stuff. It's like, ooh.
Okay. Quick
In
retcon.
theory, if you want to do that, you would just also be robbed of the gay.
Yeah, I need my gay, so
Okay.
fuck that. I have conditions that must be met.
My god.
Unless, of course. How tired are you, young one?
Well, I mean, I'm fine.
And the rest of the party?
Marion has
Do you think
gotten
they might need a rest?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Crystal was not doing so hot after the woods because of all the wild magic stuff that happened to her.
Mhm.
To be fair, I think she only cast one spell, and as far as I can tell, she's only lost 4 HP, which she is still very squishy, but it's not that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does anyone? What about?
Marion's missing 6 HP. He has not cast any spells.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think. Doesn't look like it.
The thing that happened with Crystal was that her instinctive usage of the spell triggered a wild magic surge that caused you to re-roll it like 5 times or something like that, which is where all the things came from.
It's just Crystal got a little specifically fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. With Camille, I'm actually not too sure because I think DMV reset my sheet. So I cannot track how many spells he's actually cast.
It's fine.
Okay.
I'm hand waving it. Okay, I'm just hand waving it.
Cool, because I was loudly sweating over I had to remake this copy and I have no idea.
Yeah, nope, just we're hand waving spells because it's been so long, which is partially why I'm not as worried about the long rest.
Okay, that's fair.
Like that is partially why I'm pushing either sunset or sunrise now.
Mm-hmm.
I will be honest, I don't remember how many spells you've cast.
Thank you.
We only
It's
remember
been a
Crystal's because
while.
it made her bald.
Literally, that's the only reason. That and our Poe got like a fluffy beard of feathers.
Yeah,
yeah.
I know he cast something
Red
like that,
feathers.
but
but
DMD
I
did
don't-
not track it.
Yep. I don't care. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you would like to rest, there is a chance, it was not confirmed, that she may still have a little power come sunrise. Other than that, you have until then. The closer it is to the high moon, the stronger she is. You can use that to decide when you want to. Now, I must know, do you want your friends to succeed or not?
I feel like the correct answer is no.
Oh, it depends.
Marion,
If you wish to have the confrontation happen earlier, the correct answer is no. If for any reason you have doubts and you wish to have your confrontation later, then the answer is yes.
Then what's the best way to go about this so that Sylvie can agree to our terms? What are
Make
you
her
missing?
realize that the people are not happy as she thinks they are. And make her realize that all she has done is make the enemies louder. Before the boy had come here, I would argue that what she was doing was not causing too much harm. Though it was not the most agreeable, I could understand her reasoning. However, she has taken the child of that man And although he is cruel, he is still a father. I fear she has brought great destruction upon us with this action, although she did not mean for it to happen.
If we find a way for the druids to be safe after all this, what will happen to them? What will happen to you?
I will do as I always do. That's it. That's all she says.
Protect your people.
I will. And those who wish to stay with me. There are those who will wish to go off.
And then the ones that have been changed. Do you know what might happen to them after they change back?
If things go as planned, they will simply return to their old forms. They will remember what has happened, albeit perhaps a little blurrily, but they will still remember it. Not necessarily enough detail to traumatize them, and no harm will have come to them physically. However, if anything is to mess up the spell, then I cannot guarantee they will come back truly the same. She has played with wild magic, powerful wild magic. And although the punishment will be on her, as I've said, if any were to get too close, they too will pay the price.
Sorry, me? It's like shaking, and it might also be because I'm shaking.
Oh no, dear.
Holds you.
We want to end soon.
Yeah.
I had a feeling we were.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to cut to the others real quick, and after we finish this conversation, and then end us.
Real quick,
Yeah.
since we have essentially a seer's attention, that might be a good time to ask about what would be a good direction for the solution.
How should I phrase that?
If you want, she can just look at you and know what you want to ask.
Because, like, they're trying to figure out, like, what would be the best way to, like, help these people in exchange for getting all the transformed back.
Correct. If you would like I said, it is not guaranteed. Powerful magic is at play, and with that there becomes always a sense of unpredictability. However, your best bet will be quite simply to have her ask the people if they...
She hasn't just spoken to two of them.
She speaks to us occasionally, but it is hard to tell the truth when you stand alone. I believe your friend has already figured out that sometimes, not the friend here, by the way, sometimes the truth is simply hidden beneath fear. If they see there is another option, she gives a small nod. I would also recommend They will not leave this land. But the best choice for them is not to hide. Correct, not force it on. The correct answer is not to hide. For some of us, yes, that may be what is considered the correct action. And for some, it would be best if they did go to new lands. I'm sure you convinced some of them, especially the younger ones, to consider that if you could find them a place to stay. But with the older ones, they must accept that not all the world is cruel to them. It is hard to believe that, and even I have my doubts some days, but, well, that boy, and she kind of looks out the tree towards where Quinn is starting to wake up and shake off some of the kids who were trying to cling to him.
Mm-hmm.
He has proven that perhaps the ones who are rising to power are not the ones we should fear anymore. We cannot do that unless we are willing to give them a bit of trust and faith.
Nothing like dark magical politics.
Sorry, Marion handed me the funniest leap to leap to solution, I guess you could say.
Uh-oh.
Oh?
So we would need to be to help the rest of the people here to find their voice.
Correct. She loves these people. That much is true. And if they are not happy, then she is not happy. I believe that boy may have finally turned the tides in favor of you people.
Man.
Now, would you like, and this, I'm asking this character so that you guys can discuss out of character real quick. We won't be having this until next session, but would you like the confrontation to happen?
I'm so sorry for the room.
That got me real bad. Would you like the confrontation to happen at sunset or sunrise? You may discuss out of character and decide.
Personally, I could do it either way. I just figured we probably didn't want Arson turning back in the middle of the place.
That is why we're putting it on one of the two.
Yeah.
I'm also good either way.
Yeah, I don't have strong feelings either way. Thematically, it would feel like it would work better for it to happen at sundown, but if there are practical reasons for it to happen at sunup, that's also not a bad option.
Because which one would it have to be to make sure Arsene doesn't get fucky-wucky in the middle of it?
I give him a little bit after, like, essentially a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean probably... When did he take it this morning? Because he has about 12 hours is his maximum. So I guess probably...
I think we said that the teenagers did take longer to go downstairs than the adults did.
Yeah. So
And they-
probably 2 hours after sundown.
Okay, I will say sundown's probably around 6 p.m.
Okay, if it's 6 p.m., then I'd say if he took it at like 10 a.m. and he's not, I can finagle things a little bit and say that he has until 9 p.m., I think.
I'm gonna be honest, in character, this will probably not take an hour max.
Fair.
Out of character, we all know fights never take that quick. But in character, it would take like an hour max.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say he will be very well. He's got a nice buffer, I promise you. But yeah, Fort Sinan is located on the more northern part of the world. It would have earlier sunset.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think I'm alright either way.
Oh!
Hello?
Sorry, somebody
Oh.
DM'd me something and I saw my little dots connect. You all heard live those brain cells finally kicking in.
Yeah. Personally, I'm fine either way. Like, in the end, yeah, it's up to what you feel is best as DM.
Sunset does fit more thematically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And already got enough of my quota for just Quinn and Arsene. This is a campaign, not a gay pain.
Gay pain is what I feel all the time.
I just wanted to double check because I know it was something you had been looking forward to in the past.
We are on session 5. I do not know when this is going to end. It is no longer the priority. I want this for myself. In all seriousness, I'm having a lot of fun, but dear goodness, this is starting to become
Yeah,
a nightmare
I
to
feel
fill the
that.
timeline because of how long I've taken to do this. I want this in the timeline, so I stop stressing over that.
Fair.
That's so
If the
valid.
timeline was not so fucked up, this would be a completely different story.
I think in that case, if we're all in agreement that, or if we're all okay with doing it before sundown,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
since it's a lot more thematic.
Oh yeah, there'll probably be more drama that way too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Marion kind of glances to Leo and he offers a hand for Leo to hold.
Leo takes a big old breath, looks up, and is just, yeah, okay. And takes Marion's hand.
He's holding it tight, like he gives it like a reassuring squeeze. And he says, "We should have better do it now rather than later."
Well, in that case, I'd recommend heading to Sylvie's tree. And she gives a little snap of her fingers. Meanwhile, with Crystal and Poe and Doxa, you get inside there. Doxa has kind of led you inside and pointed to a potion which is like tucked into a little box. I'll give you a little freedom before I do what I'm going to do.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think Crystal will say to Poe, I do have enough knowledge to be able to glean a fair amount of information without any spells, but I do have Identify. But casting that would cause wild magic.
Right. I do also have something that'll let me cast Identify.
Oh. Hi,
And-
guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
The bottle's gone.
What do you mean it's gone?
She points to the box. The bottle's gone.
Was it there just before?
Yes.
Oh
You can
dear.
make perception If
Okay.
you want.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Oh.
Damn, okay.
Alright. Okay. Oh, jumps. It depends on if you're doing a vertical leap or a horizontal.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now, don't worry.
Okay.
8-foot vertical leap.
8 foot.
Sorry.
Yeah. He's not allowed to see, and I think I know why. 'Cause...
Crystal, you see it. Hanging above you, a vine is carefully holding the bottle, putting it just out of reach.
Uh,
And then you hear,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm sorry to say that our son's first assumption is that, because there are ways to, retrieve items from distance. His fear is that Sylvie's taken it if he doesn't see it.
well,
And that's gonna make him go a little bit feral, so...
I can say with
Naturally.
what Crystal has seen and what she can hear, she is pushing the other two behind her, because, yeah, we should get out of here.
there is movement and a figure stands at the door. And Sylvie kind of tilts her head. Is everything all right? And that's where we shall end the session.
Man, you're gonna drop us on a
Wow.
cliffhanger?
I gotta give a reason for us to actually schedule again.
As if we don't have enough reason already.
I know, but still.
Oh,
All right.
that was sure as a place to leave it.
Well, thank you all for being players. Thank you to our current and future listeners.
Hell
We had a lot of fun.
Yahoo!
And I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.